Recording in progress.
We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, June 10th. We have a great show planned for you. I'm looking at my software, and it's been acting up already. Ciao, here we go. All right, so we are actually on the 31st episode of our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. So if this is your first time joining us for this series, I highly recommend you start with the first episode. At the beginning of the series, we went over a study by the U.S. Department of Army on consciousness. And in that study, they were able to create the process of manifestation. They also told the truth about the concept of time, what time really is versus what they teach. They talked about astral travel and the total power of your consciousness. And they also talked about Kundalini energy. So from that, we actually extended the series because Brother Sean found some information on Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Craig. And this particular information, I'll show you her book. You can get her book on Amazon. Okay, now they're saying it's my internet connection. It's always something. It's always something. But anyhow, you could get her book on Amazon, and you can also download it via PDF. But in this book, she went into the history of the planet by using different sources. She talked about how different beings came to the planet 450,000 years ago. And when they came to the planet, there were already indigenous people from North America here. And she went a little bit deeper into how the systems we see today were established by these same beings. So meaning in politics, the whole patriarch system, etc. So from there, we are now on Terra Papers, and shout out to Sis Tressie for that. She sent me a copy of Terra Papers I have been looking for forever, y'all. I haven't had it in a couple years because the book is out of print. So that's where we are now. We are on the Terra Papers. We're almost done with it. So I hope you are enjoying this series and getting something out of the series. And just to reiterate again, the purpose of me doing this series is to really put out there nothing is what we have been told or taught, especially when it's coming to religion, especially when it's really truly understanding what these systems are and why they are in place. Because at the end of the day, this is really about your soul, your consciousness, your connection with your bloodline, and, what you're going to do for you and your soul and leaving a legacy. Okay. So that's the overall arching reason for me putting out this information yet again. So hopefully you can start to see the patterns and connect the dots. All right. So with that said, I am going to bring in my co-host, Sis Sandra. Let me bring in Sis. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the board. Child's claiming my internet is unstable. Now I've been online all day, and now all of a sudden I got unstable internet. Okay, let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay, Sis, you should be able to unmute yourself. Peace and love.
See that? I see it. It pops up.
Yeah.
It
How
pops up.
how are you, Sis?
Oh, I'm good. How about yourself, sis?
I'm good. I'm good. Hanging in
Brother
there.
Sean on here yet?
No. He was tired last week. He may be tired this week. I'm like, child, I understand. I'll be hanging on the thread by myself. So, I'm not sure if he's going to be on tonight.
Well, you fading in and out. It's broken.
Yeah, it's claiming my internet is unstable.
Well, they've had some cyber attacks, and people have been cut off like Amazon and stuff this week, and there's purportedly a lot of stuff is going to black out.
Yeah, my service was down a little bit yesterday, and a couple other people were complaining too. So we'll see.
Yeah, because I can tell, I can hear it.
Yeah, that's what it says. The internet service is down, so it's probably going to be a little choppy. It's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
So, okay. So with that said,
I think it's the time we're in right now, because they're saying we're just reaching critical mass on DEFCON, military stuff right now. There's a lot of military planes in the air and all that kind of stuff flying, and a lot of stuff going down. This phone seems to ring every time I get on this.
yeah, it's always something.
Mm-hmm.
So, sis, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery tonight?
Oh. Hold on a second.
Okay, no worries. Oh, I didn't speak to the chat, y'all. I'm so sorry. Ciao. I'll do that. So, peace and love to Sis Thelma. Peace and love to Indigenous American Leo. Peace and love. I'm born here. Good to see you. I'm born here. Peace and love, Queen Ottawa. Peace and love, Capricorn Rising. Peace and love, Brother Christopher. It's so good to see you here. Peace and love, JB. Peace and love, Alicia. Peace and love, Brother Lance. I thought I saw Sis Razzle Dazzle, my niece. I know I saw you, sis. Peace and love. I know you said you was going to jump off to go watch something. Peace and love, Lena. Peace and love by American Indian. Yeah, there you are. My niece, Razzie. Peace and love, Brother J. Rich. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. And peace and love, Nate. And peace and love to all of the YouTubers that are watching. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. This technical crap threw me off a little bit. Okay, sis. So, you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery.
There's a lot of stuff going on. I had something in my mind before I got on, and then you know how it just go out that way and you went that way. So, but I was thinking earlier, seriously, that White House, you know, Senator, Republican, or whatever they are, reps or whatever, and they always talking violence. So, is the frequency so bad that the people are just going a little wacky lately? Especially the females, they're very high strung. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple things. Sorry, I just saw the stream go out because we literally reboot. I sat here and watched it reboot. It's not that the frequency is bad. It's not the frequency.
I mean, it's
fault.
higher.
Yeah. It's higher.
You know, I'll tell you, I've seen women that then kill their boyfriends' children and stuff them in suitcases, and you know, all this kind of stuff is going on. I'm like, what is wrong? An Amazon worker or whatever beating up a lady. You know, I don't know if anybody deal with Asians, you know, like we do in California, but they're kind of abrasive. And they be yelling at you, and, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? You know, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if the people's temperament, you know, their patience has been cut short and they can't take it anymore. And, you know, maybe that's dealing with the frequency changes, that people are not having patience enough to do things. And a lot of people are dying. There's tons of people dying. It's just, and we already knew that this was going to happen when the frequency switched. But I think it's affecting women a lot. Men too, but I think I pay attention to the women. Women is supposed to be the nurturer, but they're not anymore.
Right, but frequency is frequency. So, you know, if you're not vibing, you're not vibing. And it's something that we may need to really seriously consider, because it just appears that something is off with the atmosphere, y'all. Something is really, really off with the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It's just something off. So I don't know if it's because of the frequency rising or because they're terraforming, doing a bunch of spraying. But all I know is that I just cannot get my allergies under control. I had to break down. Somebody suggested to me to buy air purifiers. So I broke down. I got two, one big one for the whole house and then a mid-level one for my room. And it's the first time that I've been able to like sleep without waking up. It's been a long time. So something is going on. And if you watch the news, which I hate to watch, I only watch the highlights and keep it moving. But it seems like every time you can time it. Once one city starts having an outburst of violence, yeah. Can you turn down your background, sis, or mute your background?
I don't have it now.
Okay.
I have you muted.
Okay, it might be son Scotty, turn down your background, mute your background. It seems like every time one city has an outbreak of violence, it follows all the other major cities. That's not a coincidence to me.
That's what I'm talking about.
Vietnamese man, you know, he done got shot by the Asian man. And then the Asian man get bail. He out free now.
The neighbor. We went to get
his neighbor, right.
I said, what? Are you serious?
But it's South Asian hate, right? It's South Asian hate.
Recording in progress.
All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's try this again. I had to totally reboot. Let's see how YouTube is looking.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip ad. Oh, here chat came back on.
Okay, it did. It hadn't even kicked over on my end yet.
I'm on a commercial.
Let's see.
Okay.
Okay. Ciao. I am just not here for the foolishness tonight. Okay.
It's been a long day for me too.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I was chilling, was able to get some work done, catch LTC show a little bit, and was still working. So like I said, I've been chilling and moving around all day, and now this. But we know how it is. Okay, I think we're back. So
Yeah.
YouTube, just drop a 1 if y'all can hear us. Okay, thank you, Queen Ottawa. I appreciate it. Ooh, let me look. Son Scotty probably trying to get back on. All right.
Here.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it had kicked you out or something. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Ciao. Okay.
Starting early.
Ciao. But somebody in the chat said, is it raining there? Yeah, it just started back raining. It's been raining here all week, but it literally just started back. So, ciao, who knows?
We had 106. Okay.
What do you mean,
Yeah, I've been
106
seeing the
degrees?
weather.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all kidding me?
All this week practically. I'm so glad of these last 2 days. Oh, I don't know what to do with myself. It's cool. It's overcast. Best thing that ever happened.
Yeah, I know y'all are. Shoot, skip that.
I've been seeing in a lot of different cities across the United States that it's been a peak in the heat. It's like, now it's summertime, but then it want to go back to like feeling like fall all of a sudden.
Yeah,
now it's summertime. Now
yeah, we had that happen here because it's like we didn't have a spring. And it was cold. Then it turned hot.
Memorial Day.
And then I ran out when it got hot. I said, okay, let me put my stuff in the ground. And my little stuff was in such shock. Some of it didn't make it. Then it turned back a little bit cold. It's crazy, y'all. It's been real crazy.
You know,
and you know what? I had read something about allergies because you were talking about allergies. I don't have them, but I know a lot of people that do and stuff. And I was reading something, and supposedly it's because, like, I guess they have planted so many male trees, male shrubs, male
Leave it to the males that be irritating a sister.
Right. And, you know, they putting out all the pollen, and there's not enough female trees to absorb the pollen and create the seeds. And I guess way back in the day, they decided we'll plant more male trees because they don't drop seeds. You know, they don't have as much like I guess stuff, debris fall into the ground.
Yeah, but then they have all of their doggone residue every damn where. Because in Atlanta, I was used to that, where the pollen is so thick that you go out on your car and you can wipe it and you have to keep washing it. But now it's like that up here. It's not as thick as in Atlanta, but I can like wash my truck one day and then go out the next day and it's lightly. I'm like, what the? I'm just.
But it killed me. Somebody in the comments was like, damn, we can't even escape the patriarchy in the plant life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Goddamn males. Goddamn trees. Yeah, always something. But yeah, that's true. That's true because that's the excuse they use in Atlanta. I think it's called a Bradford pear tree. Now it don't produce no pears. Yeah, it's oh girl, I can't stand that fucking tree.
All them white blooms.
Yep, the white flowers. My first house was in a new community and they planted those trees and we thought, oh, they're so pretty. They are highly make people's allergies set them off really bad. And they have those all over Atlanta. I have one in my front yard. I can't stand those trees. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. But that's just one example. So,
no, I get a chance to see some white every once in a while instead of some dry. You know, it's dry in Cali.
yeah, because you would think in Cali, you know, your allergies, because I, you know, been to Cali quite a bit, and my allergies weren't as bad. But I don't know. It just seemed to me something is still off. Because I don't understand why the violence in these cities are happening right around the same time. It's like literally at the same time, like, okay, so what are they putting this shit on a schedule or something? Something is off. And it could just be me, but I'm just saying.
It's what they're doing. They had the
No, it's for real.
12-year-old and a 14-year-old girl break into a house and then shoot the police with the guns they got in there. I'm like, what? Are you really serious? But you know, they want to take the guns and they rationing that. You know, under old Mr. O, they had tons of gun violence. Just tons of it. You know, false flags and all that stuff.
Right.
It's the same old stuff. I mean, they can't even change the channel. It's the same stuff over and over and over and over. You know, my gun don't get up and walk around and shoot anybody.
Child, don't tell the liberals that they want to keep singing that song. So
yeah, it's guns. The guns. It ain't the guns. What they
yeah.
They want to take the guns so they can take you out. They want to get rid of you and control you the way they want to be in control, like kings and queens and all that.
Yeah, because y'all do realize that the U.S. is the only, what do they call countries that's not third world?
Great Britain?
No, it's a name for it. I forget it. But anyway, big nations, I'll say it that way, but it's a name for it. We're the only ones that still have our guns. Everybody else, guns are outlawed.
Yes, bro, like Great Britain.
Yeah, girl, and I didn't know Britain was like that. And I was watching some Britain movie.
That's why they had so many stabbings out there.
Yeah, that's where I was watching some Britain movie, and it was these drug dealer gangsters, and they out there with knives.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
they had so many murders.
I was like, what the hell? So yeah, then I remember, oh, that's right. Guns are illegal there. I'm like, well, damn, they really got to work their ass out there with knives, y'all. So yeah, we are the last of the big nations that the citizens have guns.
But you know, tyranny will reign once they take them, because they, you know, there's some crazy folks that get in office and the only thing they want is your money, and they'll take everything if they could. So I'm glad we still have the right.
Yeah, and they'll never be able to take them away.
Nope.
They'll never be able to take them away because they can talk shit all they want to, but the hoods and the trailer parks, they'll never be able to get rid of them. They'll never be. It's just not gonna happen. They can just give it up.
They can ratchet all the fear they want, huh?
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen.
Especially
now
after they done got all them weapons from the underground, the underworld and stuff. Like under Trump, when they was getting all of those military grade weapons, talking about, oh yeah, the military's not using them no more. We'll just give them to the cops. You better believe the people in the streets. They all in Chicago. They got them guns too.
Oh yeah. It was a couple of years ago. And I don't know how authentic the video was, but it got pretty popular. But this one gentleman, I can't remember if he said he was undercover ops or not. He was a melanated brother, and he said that they were purposely putting the guns in the neighborhood, and he wasn't the first one to put this out.
Long time ago.
Yeah, where, you know, the trains would stop and
Ronald,
open up.
it's Ronald Reagan and stuff. They used to have the train stop in the neighborhood.
Exactly. Or boxes of guns dropped off. So
And even unlocked.
right. So I mean, I don't know what they expect. You wanted them in the hood, and they not going nowhere. That's just the
It's
reality of it.
It's like they doing, you know how you was talking about the gain of function research with the whole virus and stuff, and you know they do all the lab work to make it stronger and more contagious and spread from person to person and stuff. I feel like, you know, with these weapons and, you know, all of this violence popping off and stuff, it's like something like that. They do like gain of function research or experiments.
I agree.
With, like in real life, to like, we need to make more violence pop off. We need to make this segment of people get agitated with this segment of the people. And like, I think that's what we seeing play out, but we don't got like we need somebody to blow the whistle or expose, like with them emails, to be like, yeah, so we dropped these off at this time, and then we experienced this, and then it went to the media, and then it went to the law people, and yeah, so it was very successful experiment.
Right. Yeah. And that's why I was going back to, this just how my mind thinks. How's it a coincidence that the violence in these neighborhoods jump off at the same time? It's like this, y'all. It's really right on cue.
Like agitators.
Mm-hmm.
It's right on cue. And it's like, no, it's a lot more to it. But with that said, I do want to say that's why it is important for, you know, men that are left in those communities as best they can, because I know it's so out of control now. They got to be cleaned up. They really, really got to be cleaned up. Or I don't know at this point, to be honest. I don't know. It's going to be a lot of young folks lost if those neighborhoods cannot get under control. And we cannot expect anybody else to do it. We got to do it. We got to do it. And, you know, women can't go in there and clean it up because, you know, we're the victims in there with the children. Men have to go and clean up those neighborhoods. Or it's just a lot more children are going to be lost. What was it last year? Last year, my grandparents on my dad's side, we still had a family home, and that area has become the hood. It was not like that when I was a little girl. Started to get bad in the late 80s, which makes sense because that's when crack was heavy on the scene. So that kind of makes sense. Long story short, the house is still there. And actually, it was my grandparents' house. And then our house, my dad and my mom, they had got divorced, but my dad still kept the house. She didn't want nothing to do with it. So we were 4 houses down on the same block. My uncle, who's the oldest of the siblings, he was 2 blocks over. And like all of the families, we all knew each other. Everybody knew each other. Of course, all of us from the South, you know, we represented South Carolina, next door represented Mississippi, across the street represented Mississippi. But anyhow, everybody knew everybody. I will not kid you. It started to get bad in the 80s when crack came out. But Big Mama and them was still living. So criminals knew how far they could go. They knew, okay, you can't be in residential neighborhoods with this foolishness. Y'all keep it in this particular area. And now, still not saying that that's right. I'm just giving y'all the rundown on what was going on. And even within that quote, quote, criminal element, what people don't understand, you still hear stand-up dudes that will pull another dude's collar. No, man, you don't, that's not protocol. You don't do that. You take that shit XYZ elsewhere. So as the crack epidemic kept happening, you know, people dying, people getting strung out, people getting locked up. A lot of the OGs was either locked up, dead, but it seems like as soon as the OGs started getting locked up or dead, it started getting worse and worse. And then when the big mamas started dying one by one, that was a wrap, y'all. That was a straight up wrap. Last time I was there, it was last year, because my aunt is not going to give up that house because my grandmother told her, don't give up that house. It's the family house. Okay, because my grandfather, before he died, he had already paid it off. He's like, you know, this is the family home. He paid it off to make sure his wife always had somewhere to live, etc., etc. So she did the same thing. You know, the house stays in the family. Whoever needs a place to live, you can come here and live, yada, yada. So my aunt's not going to give up that house. So she's getting some remodeling work done. So my cousin, her son, he's living there. And so we stopped by. Of course, I stopped by to see him. I want to see the neighborhood and stuff because I hadn't been for years. I had not been there. They were coming my way in Atlanta. So I just turned onto the blocks and I'm like, oh my God, it's a straight ghost town. It's bad, y'all. I mean, that same block where everybody grew up together, because I didn't grow up there, but I was always coming back, visiting, and my family is there. So, oh, you the Johnson girl, you look just like a Johnson, blah, 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 blah. So everybody knew everybody. You could literally go from house to house and say, that's such and so, that's such and so, just go house to house. Everybody knew everybody. When I went back to visit, you have houses that were demolished, just empty lots, houses that were part burnt down. It just looks like a straight ghost town. So I think on our family block, it's only maybe 4 people living there. And then you have some vacant houses. It's just sad. So, huh?
That because the homeless rate is up, or you think?
Huh? What you say?
Think it's because of the homelessness?
No, it's no homelessness there because these are families who people own those homes. So it has nothing to do with homelessness. It has everything to do with drugs, the violence, and like the folks that were keeping the neighborhood safe just dead or in jail. It has everything to do with that. It wasn't anything about homelessness because it was so family oriented. Nobody would ever be homeless. So if somebody was on hard times, somebody was going to help somebody out. That's just how it was. When my grandmother passed and we had her funeral, it was just, her funeral was packed. And it was people coming up giving testimonies, saying, you know, how my grandmother fed them and, you know, if they needed a place to stay. That's how this block was. And my grandmother wasn't the only one doing it. All of those matriarchs did that. So it was no such thing as homelessness.
Right. Exactly.
Because everybody knew everything. It had everything to do with drugs, violence, and the men, the enforcers and the protectors just dead or in jail. So when I was there, I was just shocked. I'm like, damn, this is pretty bad. So I came back home and I was really thinking on it a lot. And so one of my other cousins, she doesn't live in that neighborhood, but again, we all grew up there. And so my cousin that's still there in my grandparents' house, he's a really good dude, an advocate. He tries the best he can to kind of talk to the youngins to stop them from doing stupid shit. He was talking about, men, we have to clean up the neighborhoods. We have to start mentoring these young boys, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, we got all of these empty houses here. We really should get together and do something. So I was like, cuz, I kind of DM'd him. I said, call me. So he called me and I was like, okay, last time I was there, I saw like 3 vacant homes on that block. I checked the prices. We can literally buy our whole entire block back. We can buy that entire block back, fix it up, and the vacant lots, buy the vacant lots too, because it's dirt cheap. Dirt cheap, pennies on the dollar. So buy up the vacant lots, and we can put a garden on one, and we'll figure out what to do with the other lots. And so my other cousin, I'm like, wait a minute, let me call blah, blah, blah. Because she had put in the chat, yeah, I'm down. I'm down to do something. So I called her and I was explaining to her. She's like, yeah, cuz you're right. We can buy up the entire block. My guy cousin said, now he's former street. So he got street sense, all of that. He said to us, quote, cuz we can't do it. Cuz I can't keep y'all safe. Like, God damn. That's sad. You mean to tell me we got the capital to do it, to buy the entire block, but we can't even be safe. We can't even be as safe in a place that we fucking grew up in, where our grandparents paid for this shit. We can't even be safe. That's sad. That's sad. But that's how most people in these neighborhoods, that's the reality of what they're living.
Right.
So the decline from the 80s until now, they want to sit up here and talk about third world countries, and all you got to do is go to some of these neighborhoods and that's what you see. And
Yes.
what do we
Baltimore.
expect? I'm sorry, go ahead, son, Scotty.
Oh no, I was just saying yes. I grew up in Baltimore, and my mom had moved us back down to Georgia, and stuff. But like we always go up to visit and everything. And I'm like, oh my God! Like when I grew up, I'm like abandoned houses, tenement houses, people nodding off right there on the street, kids on dirt bikes, ain't in school. Like it's bad. It's just wow. It's like this is a third world country, right in the United States.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And how folks expect these babies to rise up out of that and overcome it and become something. I'm lost. How is it possible? It's like 1 in however many thousands. It's just not possible. And I just don't think folks are looking at reality. They're not being truthful and honest with themselves. They're just not. We cannot expect any other group to do it. We have to do it. And that's why I always make the statement, men want to run around here and talk about, black man, we're going to build a nation. We're going to get back on top. Nigga, how? If you can't control your own block, your own neighborhood, how the fuck you're going to have a nation?
That's true.
But when you talk about stuff like this, people want to justify and give you all these bullshit ass excuses. And it's like, you're never going to go anywhere until you can clean up your own backyard. It's just not possible. It's not possible. And some of these same conscious Negroes talking that bullshit, their own houses are a wreck. Come on. I mean, folks just aren't looking at reality. So for me personally, when I see these stories about violence in the neighborhood, it just does something to me. Because it's like, okay, we want to look over all of that and we want to focus on what somebody else is doing to us instead of getting boots on the ground and getting in there and cleaning up that shit. Because that's what really needs to be done.
You know what I heard this week? That Venice, California, tourist place of the stars, everything. They have such a homeless population now. They've taken over the beaches. They have tent cities out there now. And they're out there.
Oh yeah.
They're out there fighting. They're on drugs. They white folks down there. They got nothing to do with color. But they down there and all the million dollar homes they done built, and all those people were taking over the beach. That's what people.
Yeah, and it's crazy because they will literally make their own community within a community. How you explained it in Venice Beach, it happens in Koreatown. I used to live in Koreatown. They will set up their tents right on the residential sidewalk in front of your apartment building, and it's allowed for them to do that. Because they set that precedent with Skid Row. Like basically they got their whole community down there. So now that precedent is set, like if you want to be homeless, come to California because like you will be very comfortable and can survive.
Yeah, that's what they're doing now at Venice Beach. And they're talking about how the value of the homes are dropping because of the fact they didn't move in down there. And it's really nasty, of course. You know, I went there some years back. Let's see, probably in the mid-20s. And geez, I looked, and there's one right there talking to himself and yelling at the sky and all this kind of stuff. And then you look around, there's another one yelling at the sky. And they infiltrate these areas with drugs, obviously. And they want not to have a middle class population anymore. They want them to take care of you, and you own nothing. But you be happy with what you get, and we own it all, like the pesos.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with that. But that's nothing new.
No,
if you get my drift. That's nothing new.
You just ratcheted it up.
Now, what is new is the state of melanated communities. They're ghost towns. Now, I can't speak for every melanated community across the U.S. I can only speak from my experience. And I can only go by the timeline, not from what somebody told me, but for what I saw myself. And it's a serious problem. We cannot expect these babies to overcome worse shit than we went through. We just can't expect it. We're not looking at it rationally.
Mm-mm.
You know, when is folks going to clean up and sweep around their own doorstep? So we could talk about all of the problems on what they doing, what such and so ain't doing, but there is a serious problem among melanated folk. There's a serious problem. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't even know how we got on that topic. God damn. Anyhow, no, it's all good.
One more thing. Old Nuisance in Cali wants to keep. He wants to keep his executive orders to keep the emergency in effect. You know, and I said, so he had said that he was going to open up the state on June 15th. You know, but he's not going to do that. So now they're trying to tell us that if we don't take the hoochie coochie, we have to wear a mask everywhere we go inside.
So how they gonna know whether or not you didn't took the hoochie coochie? Are you gonna have to show your card?
I don't know how they gonna know that.
Because if they making you show your card, that ain't that what they said they did in Nazi Germany?
Yep, that's violation.
And shame on Cali if they let that shit stand. Because one thing, they raggedy in Ohio. Don't get me wrong. They raggedy. And what just blows my mind up here, they wanted to try to look down on Southerners because I have my Southern accent and I ain't trying to change it for shit. Fuck them. Shit, because I can still outthink them with my Southern twang. Fuck them. So they would try to make little snide jokes. Baby, when I got through hurting they motherfucking feelings, I'm like, you hillbilly, hooch running, trailer park having, mixed breed, swirling fuckers if you don't sit down. But one thing about them, they don't play that up here. I have to give it to them. The legislative up here passed new legislation saying that the governor, none of those elected officials can ever override cities and municipalities when it comes to health issues. Because they didn't agree with that whole putting on a mask thingy. They didn't agree to it. So they raggedy as fuck up here. Don't get me wrong. They got their problems. But I'm going to tell you something. These white folks up here, I be cracking up. Because they not having it. They told them, no, you'll never get a chance to do that. So if Cali, y'all let them get away with that shit, shame on y'all. Because they done already destroyed your state.
Exactly.
Cali is a fucking ghetto now. Let me back it up. It's an expensive ghetto.
Very expensive. And they
I mean, literally, y'all just talked about on Venice Beach.
Yeah.
The $1 million homes, and they look out their window and the fucking homeless is there.
Yeah.
Cali is a fucking mess.
I call him nuisance because he's really let this place go down.
But Cali was going down long before that.
Yeah, on the brown. Exactly.
It was going down long before that because y'all debt kept rising and rising. And one thing about Cali, although you all's homes are very expensive, your property taxes are really, really low.
No, they're not anymore.
Oh, so they raised them up. Okay, well.
They raised them up.
They was low. But yeah, Cali's been on the decline for a very, very long time.
Well, you know, they want to give it to China. And so they want us all out of here and so on and so forth. So that's what they're doing. But yeah, he's trying to not get impeached. And my son said if he keeps those emergency orders in place, he's not going to be impeached. I said, you have to have the consent of the governed. You have to have the consent of the governed. And if these people don't consent to his edicts, he doesn't have any power, just like you just said.
Yeah, because I know here, they brought up HIPAA, which they're right. They're like, this is a violation of people's HIPAA, blah, blah, blah. They went in, honey.
Nuremberg and all that.
Yeah, so I say again, how are they going to say, you took the hoochie coochie, you don't have to wear a mask, You didn't. How they gonna know that? Are you, because I would say, so are you asking me my personal health business? Is that what you're doing? You're asking me to show you my personal health business. Okay, I didn't think you were.
That's HEPA.
And
Yeah.
that's part of the plan too, is to get people, everyday people, to be okay with invading your privacy.
It's all been about that. And ever since
Oh.
those twin towers went down, that was the test run. Because they put a lot of them laws in place
martial law
to take away your privacy rights. So all of this spying and the tapping into your lines and all of these agencies that do that directly came from that event.
Exactly.
So now they just ratcheted it up even more. And as long as people keep sitting up on their ass if they're talking about some, oh, we need to do it, la, 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 you get what you get. But it's enough of folks in different states that they're not having it. They don't give a shit.
This lady was saying, we didn't come from across 7 states and no one wears a mask, and here you gotta wear one. So they were in Lowe's. I was in Lowe's. I didn't have a mask. I had it in my hand. And the girl asked me, "Did you get the vaccine?" I said, "No, I ain't get no vaccine. I'm not going to get one either." But they're doing a lottery too. They got a $50,000 lottery.
Ohio started that. They were the first ones out the gate. Because I told you, people here don't give a fuck. You hear me? The hoods and the trailer parks, like, you go fuck yourself. I'm not doing it. So, and yeah, Black lands, the Californians, they are starting to rise up. I'm seeing that. They are starting to rise up, which is good because Cali is a fucking mess. It is a mess. It truly, truly is. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
People are leaving here. I mean,
and rightfully so. Shit.
No, they read it.
Shit, how you go? Let me tell you something. Cali was too expensive to me back in the 90s.
Right.
Because I was asked over and over and over to move to Cali. And I looked at them prices. I said, I'm not paying that for no goddamn shack. And now I'm just blown away. So I would be leaving too. What are you getting your money for?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Your car be 20 years old and you're still paying taxes from when you first bought it.
That's what I heard. And what y'all pay on them tags, I'm like, get out. Woo, you better stop.
Absolutely ridiculous.
But you know who else got fucked up taxes, property taxes? I was floored. Chicago, Illinois taxes fucked up, y'all. Fucked up. You can get the rundown in this house. And what they want in property taxes, I said, I know they fucking lying. Not me. Illinois has some fucked up property taxes. But yeah, I mean, it's just all over. The people are getting fleeced.
And that's a good word, fleeced.
They're getting fleeced. But as long as folks keep sitting back, it's going to continue to happen. But, now folks are starting to wake up because they've taken it too far. So this is getting ready to be interesting. Now, I haven't researched this. I saw another YouTuber who does financial stuff. I don't know how true it is, but he said that Biden, let me put this. He said that Biden is trying to set aside and have the Fed buy up millions and millions of acres of land.
Yeah, probably so. That's that.
And here's his reasoning. And see, this is why I tell y'all, you better get your shit together. You better get a plan in order, because they're going for the last show. His reasoning, now again, I haven't researched this myself. I haven't had time. Biden's reasons, and this is allegedly, for buying up all of that land was for environmental purposes.
Yeah, okay, environment.
Right. So I immediately think of, you're trying to buy up farmland, because we know Gates,
go out. Yeah.
funky ass, bought up a lot of land, bought up a lot of farmland. They've already have tested the food supply chain. They've already tested it. So do not think for 1 minute that those shortages were just shortages to be shortages. That was a test run for y'all asses. You do understand that, right? I told y'all that shit was coming. I told y'all that 4 fucking years ago it was coming. You do realize that it's a test run with the food supply chain with these alleged motherfucking shortages. Because now they're running around saying that the cows, child, let me tell you something.
What?
The cows, because of the amount of grass they eat and the methane gas that they cause, I can't make this shit up, y'all.
Yep, exactly.
So
Right.
it don't the methane gas supposedly and allegedly come from the cows farting? I'm missing something. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm right, because I don't want to lie upon the cows. So the latest propaganda is the amount of grass and energy that it takes to groom up the cows is bad for the environment. First of all, motherfucker. First of all, who y'all fucking kidding? Most of that beef that you have in circulation, you can't convince me that it's all the way cow. I'm just gonna be real. Because the amount of beef that like the fast food joints produce, it ain't enough cows on this planet to produce that. So you're not finna sit up on your ass and blame it up on the cows. But that is the propaganda that they are putting out. All right?
These ransoms, these blackouts and all this kind of stuff. They're trying to make the cow industry, they hit it first with this ransomware.
Right. Right.
It's so transparent. If you
Yeah. When you know what to look for, when you know the patterns, you can see the shit all day long. So I'm telling y'all, get prepared. Get prepared.
Like same, bloodlines just doing a modern day terraforming.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Terraforming and trying to reset. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So they're going to really start pushing hard veganism. So just get prepared, family. So you better be linking up with somebody that know how to grow something, or get your ass out there and grow yourself. Because if you depend on their food supply, go back. All you got to do is go back and look at history. You will fucking starve to death. How do you think those Europeans brought their motherfucking stinking asses over here? They were starving because they terraformed their land so much. They stripped the fucking soil. They used up all of the timber to the point that King James had to put a moratorium on it to have them to fucking stop. They weren't even smart enough to not take out most of the trees. The way they farm decimates the soil. So that's when you hear those stories about the potato famines and all of that. They were fucking starving.
That's true.
So they had to bring their asses over here.
Right. And I thought that Africa was supposed to feed the world and all that.
Child, let me
But they came.
take a sip of my motherfucking water.
Ain't they messing that one up too?
First of all,
Right.
you do know they had to build that bitch up to be able to plant. Let's be clear. Let's be clear on folks that want to talk about Africa as the motherland. You do understand that the Chinese had to spend billions of dollars to even make that area green enough to grow shit. You do realize that, right?
They still got projects right now where they trying to make a green forest from one coast to the next coast, somewhere in East Africa.
Oh, yeah.
Central, trying to go to the west.
Yep.
Still trying.
Yeah. Yeah. So now I'm a gardener. I know what it takes to build up soil. So if everything came from Africa, how come in the fuck they got to build up that soil, but yet here in America, our shit is straight? Now we have areas that are deserty, and that was because of terraforming and I believe wars with heavy scalar technology that can wipe the land clean like that. But that ain't stopped shit from growing over here in the Americas.
And then if you ever seen any Curameo videos, he just dropped one recently on like the Pliocene skull man in the Americas, which is changing up the timeline of, you know, the oldest human skull fossils found and all of that type of stuff. But like, yeah, a lot of his videos break down how a lot of stuff, the plant life, the animal
Absolutely.
life, out of America, came out of America, you know? So there's always going to be these concerted efforts to try to place it somewhere outside of America. But if you look at the reality, you'd be like, well, why everybody here? Why not even the food, the fake money that the fiat, we giving the fiat to everybody else. Everybody's getting the fiat from here, from America.
Because it's the oldest, and it's always been the richest in minerals and all of that. Absolutely. And as indigenous people, that's why you cannot let that side go with your ties to the land. You cannot let that part go, family. That's how we got in the position that we're in. We let that part go. Big Mama and them knew what the fuck they was talking about. You can't put yourself in a position where you can't even basically survive. That's dangerous.
Can't even feed yourself.
That's fucking dangerous. You cannot put yourself in a position where a system feeds you. It's fucking dangerous.
That's production.
Their system, that shit is not natural. They can control it and cut it off anytime they want. They have shown you this.
And they're going to do that.
Right. If those were test runs, all of those shortages.
This is exactly what it was.
It's test runs. So, you know, folks better get it together, and they better get it together real quick.
Yeah, they put all these codes in cities where you can't have chickens, you can't have this, you can't have
Girl, up here again. No fucks are given up here. Why my new neighbor's child last year, and matter of fact, he back there now building a chicken coop. Because he had chickens on his shit last year, and I'm in the city. I'm in my garden, like, picking my cherry tomatoes, and I hear bark. And because they got a fence and, like, a thin little seam. His little beak trying to, like, get through and grab cherry tomatoes. I'm like, I'll be goddamn. So the ones that fell on the ground, I will always throw them over the fence for them. Girl, they don't give a fuck up here. They don't. And even in the South, shout out, I know, even in Georgia, shit, they don't give a fuck about none of that. Now, Atlanta has gotten out of control with their regulations.
Cityfied, that's what they call it.
Yeah, cityfied. Yeah, Atlanta has gotten out of control with their regulations. But if you go in some of the rural suburbs in Georgia, child folk, no fucks are given with that shit that they talking. None are given. So I'm just telling y'all, you better start linking up with people that know how to put something in the ground. Because it's, they've already shown you, they've already done the test run. They already done the test run. They finna show they ass for real.
If they get a chance to.
Yep, indeed. Yep. Okay. So, let me see here.
Get assault weapons back in
Oh, here go Brother Sean. I'm just running my mouth. He probably done text me. All right, brother. Let me bring him home. What you say, sis?
I said they didn't give back assault weapons to folks in California. Supreme Court ruled against them. And I really don't think it makes a difference because they be shooting them guns off all over this place. So, but, you know, now the courts have ruled that it's against the Second Amendment to deny them their assault weapons here in California.
Yeah, Cali have really got on some bullshit, y'all. And I don't know about all melanated people in Cali. I just know the ones that I know that aren't originally from the West. They're country people.
Yeah.
You know, they're people that came from the South. So that's why when you roll into those heavily melanated neighborhoods, you know, you got people from Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama. They're country folks. So Cali let that shit go out of control. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh, no. I was saying, yes, it's a lot of transplants from the South and from the East Coast over here in LA. Right. That's one portion of the melanated people. The other portion is a lot of Africans.
Really? Now that I didn't know.
Where?
A lot of Nigerians, it's a lot of from the West Africa and also a lot of East Africans, you know, like the Ethiopians, Eritreans, Somalians.
I didn't know that.
Me neither. I haven't been in LA.
And they stick in their own little community and area?
They do, because I know the East Africans, like the Somalians, they actually have their own little like area, like in going towards like West Hollywood. They have like their own street with their restaurants and clothing stores and all that type of stuff. Mm-hmm. The West Africans tend to blend in with the, you know, Americans. Like you wouldn't know them. I only know this because I went to school with a lot of them. And then you'd be like, oh yeah, my parents from Nigeria. Oh yeah. You look at their last name and you'd be like, okay, yeah, you was, you know, from Ghana or something like that. So like they do have their own communities, but some of them tend to just blend in and you wouldn't even know unless you know that they.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Georgia has a lot of them.
Who does?
Georgia. Because when my son, he just moved.
Yeah, but they have their own area though.
The Africans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and matter of fact, they run a lot of scams on folks.
Child.
Okay.
That ain't nothing new.
Child.
The West Africans.
I know it ain't new, Brother Shut. Hey, Brother Shut.
I know. Why he had to come on when I do my little side eye? They off the chain. I think Atlanta is the scam capital of the motherfucking world. It's
No,
bad.
New York, New
Oh,
York.
yeah. Okay, so Atlanta second. New York taught Atlanta. Them niggas there.
United States. Because if you're talking about the world, them West Africans, the Indians, and the Eastern Europeans, those are the top three scammings.
They reached all the way to California trying to scam my son on an apartment.
They always into some shit, child.
Oh my God.
They always into some shit. And when I first moved to Atlanta, it was so funny because it was a group of us. We moved like a year to 6 months apart from each other. And so my one friend, she a mess. This one thing about, now I don't know if this has changed, and this finna hurt some feelings. I know this finna hurt some feelings. But fuck it, it's the truth. Child, them African men will harass the fuck out of you. So,
Single woman? Yeah.
huh?
You're a single woman?
Yeah, they finna harass the fuck out of you for sure.
Yeah.
So my friend had already,
romance scamming.
What you
the West
say?
Africans, they be into romance scamming. Like that's a whole segment.
Yeah.
They fucking with the wrong American Indian. Because I will cut you, bitch. Get out my face. I don't want to hear that. I love you, nigga. Get out of my face. I don't know you. I don't like you like that. Get the fuck out my face. So that's the story my friend was telling me, that
That's right.
she went on one date with this one African. And she had a hard time shaking that motherfucker. A hard time shaking him. And I just a whole bad experience. And I have heard some sisters talk about trying to run scams on them. But on the flip side, there are some good guys or whatever, not my cup of tea. It's just too much going on in that community. And they do stick together. Because in Atlanta, they have their own little areas. They stick together. Their money, they pass their dollars among each other. So that I give them. But scamming, baby, a Nigerian told me, don't ever go to Nigeria. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
He said, don't ever, ever, ever go. I said, why? He said, they will rob you blind. They will rob you blind.
Yeah.
And you end up married, coming back with a husband. He gonna put you in a basement.
And lock the door.
Nigga, we ain't finna do none of that, because we ain't going on date one, none of that. And I will cut you. That's just the bottom line. I'm not for that foolishness. You will get cut. So that's just that. But yeah, they are known for scamming. I was at a concert, and this lady, we were going inside the concert place, and this African lady dropped her purse. When I tell you, at least 300 credit cards fell out that motherfucking purse.
Whoa.
And we was, it was like, we were just like white people. We were all like, what this bitch doing with 300 something credit cards? I'm like, child. You're always scamming. Always running some type of scam. So, but yeah. Huh?
To tell this story, I used to work at the health department, and they had an African man, Nigerian, that was the head of the health department. Now, I stopped working there, and years later, I heard on the police information they're looking for him because he had embezzled lots of money from that health department. He was running the thing. I don't know why he had to do that. He was a head dude. That means he made good money. But that's just in their DNA, baby. I don't know, but that's what they do.
Yeah. Yeah, in
The thing
Atlanta
is,
that happened too. Huh? What you say?
I'm
the
just saying the
thing,
history of West Africa and being connected to London and the UK and the banking and all of that and the Black Europeans. I'm like, it makes sense. Like the
Exactly.
scamming that's in their bloodline, but in their history and just like that is actually like what is it, laundering, to think it's just West African Nigerian. This is like, well, it has a connection back to something. They only doing that because of their connection to those banking families and that history of being fraudulent with money and scamming.
Yeah.
Right.
no, the thing is, everybody comes here to pull off their fuckery.
Exactly.
Everybody.
Exactly. I got a problem with that.
No exceptions.
Yep.
No exceptions. All they doing is what they see everybody else doing. And they see that we too stupid or too ignorant to give a fuck about
Right.
anything other than doing stupid shit. So that's why motherfuckers risking life and limb to get here.
Yep.
Because the indigenous people ain't gonna do shit.
Right.
But
And
do
we
the
don't.
same thing, thinking we getting ahead. Niggas is PP loan scamming. I'm like, if I see one more motherfucker,
But they locking their motherfucking ass up, baby.
right.
But we told them. We told them. But no, it was so bad, y'all. I cannot tell you how many people I blocked that I didn't even know them like that, coming in my motherfucking DMs if they're talking about I know a way to get you some money. Block. That's how bad that PPP stuff was. And personally, I think the shit was a setup.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real honest.
Like all this shit is a setup. The more shit you take, the more shit you accept, the deeper you're into the new goddamn system.
Yep.
You didn't already signed on to the reset. You got to pay shit back. They already got you. You already starting off in debt. All debt been removed and you starting brand new debt. So that's your ass.
Yeah, because and of course, some of the ones that's been taking big time money, of course, they out of Atlanta, and couple of C-list / D-list reality star folks was right there. Got melanated folks got millions in PPP, and they locked their monkey asses right on up. But yeah, they starting to come for a lot of people now. A lot of people. So, and people can't even be smart about the shit. So I don't have no sympathy. It is what it is. You get what you get. I mean, what you expect. But yeah, Brother Sean, they all bring their asses over here, running game, running scam. And I have a problem with that.
We laugh at it.
But the thing that I don't get, okay, y'all say they come in here to get away from shit where they come from. But then y'all form your own damn communities with the same motherfuckers you allegedly and supposedly was trying to get away from.
Allegedly and supposedly. Right.
Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Right. Make it make sense. Right.
I mean, and then you want to come here and fight us and side with everybody against us.
Right.
But you was bitches at home. You didn't fight for a motherfucking thing. You ran, you sold your kids, you done all type of trifling motherfucking shit to come to somebody else's motherfucking land that don't want you. The people from your motherfucking country that's already here legally don't even want you bitches here. They say if y'all can't do shit the right way, fuck y'all. Because they ran away from you bitches in the first motherfucking place. Quit coming here. Don't nobody want y'all here. Nobody wants you here. Period. Stay where the fuck you at. Fight at home. Fight them motherfuckers down there. Don't send your kids up here to start fights with our fucking kids and stuff. because down there they punks or whatever, and kids up here have morals and this, that, or the other. So the little sicko ways that y'all done placed into these kids, then had them force that shit on our children.
Right. Right.
I'm just to the point where I don't give a fuck about them. They didn't give a fuck about where they was at. They didn't want to fight or do shit there. They want to come here and get shit for motherfucking free. Nothing is fucking free, you dumb bitches. It's debt that they're giving you.
Yep.
They ain't gave you shit worth no fucking value. You just as fucking poor and fucked up as you was before you got here. And now you got other motherfuckers pissed off at you that's already pissed off at them bitches. And you gonna catch part of that fucking wrath too. Get the fuck out of here.
No, you're right.
Just get the fuck out of here.
No, you're right.
Say
And
that shit. Welcome back, Brother Sean. I was waiting for that.
I know. And why he come back, he was tired last week, so he didn't rest it up, and he fired up this week.
Right.
But no, I mean, I agree. And it's interesting because you think about the melanated folks here that was born and raised here who claim they're African. They're out of Africa. So if you out of Africa, walk with me now. I'm still in LTC's words. But if you're out of Africa, that's your heritage. Why you not linking up with your people that's African here? I'll wait. Why you fucking with American Indians telling us that we need to be African, but you don't fuck with the Africans that really are Africans? I'll wait. Oh, they don't fuck with you? Why don't they fuck with you? Red, black, and green. Pan-Africanism. Why don't they fuck with you? I'll wait.
Oh, yeah.
That's just as I thought. All of y'all can pack your shit and get the fuck on. Go make Africa great again. Since everybody came from there, that was the first thing. This, that, and the third. Go make Africa great again. Pack your shit. Get out of America. You ain't got to worry about no paperwork, none of that. Pack your shit. Go make Africa great again. And don't forget your cousins and them who came over from Africa. Don't forget them. So everybody want to sit up and talk shit, but everybody want to keep benefiting. And none of them motherfuckers should be benefiting. None of them. That's why it is important for you to know who you are. It is important. Because I'm going to keep telling y'all, this is about bloodline. This is about your soul. You should be getting to the point where you can look at a motherfucker and be like, this motherfucker here. You'll know them by their actions. You'll know the way they move. You're like, oh, okay, I get it. I'm talking to indigenous American Indian. You have to know who you are. You have to use discernment and peep other people for who they are. Because if you keep looking at black, white, you're going to keep losing every fucking time.
Yeah.
This is cleanup time. You got to get on your shit. Because I always say, everybody want to talk about getting a white man out of there, this, that, and the third, getting a white man out of power. Let's say if we woke up tomorrow and the white man wasn't in power. I am telling you now, it's still going to be bad. It might even be worse.
Yeah.
This is.
Uh-huh.
Before they go to sleep tonight, the white man ain't in power.
I agree. Now, we know that. We know that, but I'm just trying to give them something that they can, quote, quote, relate to, because that's what they believe. Because that's the lie that's being perpetrated by these same bloodlines that came over here with that fuck shit. That it's the white man's fault. We got to get the white man out the way so we can get back in power. Why, nigga? Why?
So they can use you.
So you can pick up to part 2? Nah, motherfucker, we see you for who you are. I ain't letting it pass. Nope, can't do it. I'm not justifying. I'm not sugarcoating shit. I don't give a fuck how long such and so been in the game. I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you're dirty, you're dirty. Simple as that. We're not letting it pass. But indigenous American Indians got a lot of work to do. You got a lot of work to do. And the hardest part of that work will be cutting motherfuckers off. Cutting motherfuckers off. If they ain't about shit, they ain't about shit. Stop justifying. Look at it for what it is and keep it motherfucking moving.
They ain't at a certain frequency. They cut the fuck off anyway.
Yeah, that's what I say. Shit.
So, I mean, a lot of motherfuckers we ain't even got to worry about from the shit that they say out their mouth. We know that they're not vibrating at a high enough frequency.
On a regular basis, they show you on a regular.
They might as well keep doing what they doing because they got a whole nother cycle to figure the shit out.
Yeah.
But that's on them.
Yeah, that's on them. That's on them.
They want to come back.
Yeah, that's on them. That's truly on them. But in the meantime, y'all got to know who you are. I'm telling you, your soul depends on it. Because I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend another second with these motherfuckers personally.
Mm-hmm.
Not a second. A couple of seconds just went by. That's too motherfucking long, far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get our house in order and keep it moving. Leave dead weight behind. Leave them behind. They'll catch up. But these motherfuckers, these shit starters, you know they a shit starter. Call them out. Keep it moving. Shut that shit down and keep it pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously, it's got to be something with the American Indian. I don't give a fuck. You could be sitting minding your business. I don't give a fuck. And here comes somebody out the blue with some bullshit. It's like, nigga, I wasn't even bothering you. Why the fuck you over here in my personal bit? I wasn't even fucking with you. Because we are the reasons they survived. Do you all understand that?
Yeah. We're the targets.
We're the fucking reason they survived. Let me recap. They were fucking starving. They had to come over here in order to survive. It's always been the case of them living off of you, your heritage, your land, your fucking energy. Shut that shit off and keep it moving. Now, if you're from that bloodline, let me tell you how this motherfucking story be going in.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
If you make it, you're going to have to do so many fucking huge leaps that it's going to be a miracle. All that fuck shit that you brought here, all of your systems, your paperwork, that bullshit ass of switching identities, playing one against the other, Swirling, not the fact that you're swirling. I don't give a fuck that you're swirling, but the reason why you're swirling. Yeah, nigga, we know all the truth. See, we're putting the pieces together. We pretty much already got the pieces on the board. All we got to do is squish the motherfuckers together. We see you. You got to do huge leaps to make it to where we going. And then guess what? You still ain't going to be on the inside, bitch. If we choose to give you something, we're going to ration it out. So indigenous American Indians, I am telling you, be on your shit. Nobody gets a pass. Nobody. And you're going to have to be to the point, if people do not have your best interest at heart, the bloodline's best interest at heart, the heritage best interest at heart, including the land, you leave them the fuck alone. And if that means stepping over their motherfucking body in the street, step over that bitch and keep walking. I'm telling you, that's what's going to have to be done to move on. Because otherwise, you're continuing to drag parasites. It can be stopped, but we have to do it. This is about bloodline and energy. Get your shit in order. Because what you're doing, you are allowing someone else to take food out of your family's mouth. That's really what the fuck you're doing. Get it together. Yeah, trying to breed us out. Stinking asses, it ain't gonna work. But that's what they're trying to do. Absolutely. All of you groups. You stinking ass Moors, y'all talk that shit about black power. You've been fucking the white woman since the beginning of goddamn time. No, let's keep the shit real.
Yeah.
Let's keep the shit all the way real.
We got pictures of it.
Well.
Same with you black Europeans. Yeah, we see you motherfuckers. You've been fucking the white woman since the beginning of time. But want to sit there and talk that bullshit. I see you. And when I say we ain't accepting your asses back, not because it's the white woman's fault. Nigga, I don't trust you. I don't trust you, nor do I want you. Because you done fucked up your life and your situation. Now you want to crawl your stinking ass back over. Talking about some black power. Queen. Fuck you. Go take care of your mixed breed children. Get the fuck out my face. We're not cleaning up your mess. Because Moors and black Europeans, you think you're fucking slick. You want the indigenous Indian Americans to clean up your shit, and we ain't gonna do it. We're not going to do it. You made that mess. That's your motherfucking mess. Keep it moving. Go make Africa and Europe great again. You're cut off. It's over. So
Well,
any of y'all that want to play in the snow, any of y'all want to fuck around with the Africans, the Moors, and the black Europeans, you better keep your motherfucking people in check. You better keep them in check. What you say?
Ain't they supposed to be going back to Mars?
I don't give a fuck where they go. Fire that motherfucking ship up and get the fuck on.
Exactly. That's my whole point. They got all these options, allegedly and supposedly.
And supposedly.
They're responsible for every good thing in the universe.
Right. Right.
They created and invented everything.
Right.
But can't do shit right over here right now.
Not a damn thing.
Getting locked up.
On a regular.
all type of shit. But um, Mars, they got to be your home. Is an M
Get
and
the
an
fuck
R in
on.
there? Is an M and an R in there? Because everything with an M and an R is more, right?
Right.
Misery is an M and an R in that. Monsters.
Right.
M and an R in that.
Fuckery.
Right.
Well, fuckery, I guess, don't have an M in it, but.
Minors.
Right.
It's an M and an R in that. But daytime is up.
Yeah.
They know it.
It's over. Shit.
They don't vibrate high enough. All these Anu and Inky children, they don't vibrate high enough. They can only go to the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
They can't go beyond that. We can go beyond anything that any of these motherfuckers in the Galactic Federation is talking about.
Right.
We can go beyond them all. That's why they here fucking with us.
Right.
And you dumb motherfuckers want to follow them somewhere where it's easier for them to experiment on your dumb ass. They losing their hold. You coming into power and ready to give your power away to these motherfuckers. Instead of using your power to do what the fuck you supposed to do, and that's look out for mama. The being that's been looking out for you and all of them bitches. Now, if you want to stay in bitch mode, Elon Musk got a ship for you.
Sure do.
For all y'all that want to be African. The orange man been told you he'd pay for you to go back to Africa, and y'all so busy mad at him, you could have already been in Africa.
Sure could have, with your heels kicked up with the crust on them. Sure could have.
You dumb fucks. You blew it. You had your golden opportunity. You can be in Africa right now. Just imagine that. You wouldn't have to deal with not one indigenous American Indian.
No.
You'd be with everybody that gives praise to Africa.
With your people.
Africa.
With your people. The motherland. With your people.
Africa.
With your people. Mm.
Right. You sick bastard. Get the fuck out of here. Bye.
Yeah, child.
Ain't no need of being nice no more. We'd have been nice for too long. Everybody fucking disrespect us. That
Very
shit
disrespectful.
is over.
Yep.
Now, we've always been a loving people, but in the sake of balance and duality, peace and war, we didn't give y'all everything but war. We didn't give y'all everything but hell. It's over. Leave now.
Yep.
I digress.
All right. Okay, so now that we didn't ran everybody in the motherfucking ground, basically, before we get to Inky Binky's stinking ass, Brother Sean, you have any fuckery, or was that your fuckery report?
Well,
I know people gonna be hot at me, but what else is new? Shit, add that to the list too, goddamn. I'm sorry, go ahead.
you fake spiritual motherfuckers.
Child, well.
Fake conscious motherfuckers. Still running around blaming Lucifer and God for shit. and the white man. You blaming every fucking body but your dumb ass.
Child.
What are you doing? Getting over on people, right?
Yep, basically.
Doing webinars, selling people products, and you sickly as fuck.
Ooh.
But you selling people products that's supposed to give eternal life. I'm tired of you motherfuckers that's selling shit all the goddamn time. And it ain't helping nobody. The placebo effect. Motherfuckers think they get better because they got your shit that you've been talking about forever. Y'all sell motherfuckers on the same goddamn dream as the corporation.
Exactly.
You ain't paying for none of, you didn't create none of that shit that you're allegedly and supposedly putting together.
Right.
You got that shit from my mama.
Hmm.
And then when you turn around and sell it to her babies, that's some dirty shit. Well, it's my work. I should get paid for it. There shouldn't be no money, asshole. You don't own shit but your asshole. That's it. And you barely own that half the goddamn time.
Child.
All you fucks who just thinking about money and getting over on your people, selling them on your minerals and your products and all this bullshit that ain't even saved your motherfucking life. That's your ass. I digress.
Well, all righty then. And the more you sell, the sicker you gonna get. I don't know if you realize that.
I don't get it.
So keep thinking about it. Now, trying to think whether to go into this or not.
Do it.
And you the one started the bullshit, Brother Sean.
Who?
And then Sis Sandra left me just hanging. You know where I'm going with that. I was like,
I mean, you ain't gonna give me that one.
yeah, you was silent than a motherfucker. I'm like, Sis Sandra, blah, blah, blah. You was probably at home like, I ain't getting in that. So,
I was like, whoops.
shout out to one of my niecey poos. I'm not going to name her just in case. I forgot to ask her if I could name her. So, I'm not going to name her. So, we was cracking up because she was cracking up on the show where you were talking. All right. Where you were talking about the whole sex stuff, Brother Sean. And you brought up the backdoor ass eating stuff. So she was basically making a joke like, yeah, you know, people don't want to get up and do anything because they too busy eating ass. We rolling. And so then she goes into the spiritual side of it. And she said, do they realize that that is literally an actual ritual? I said, say what now? Run that motherfucking shit by me a pass a sister again. She said, yeah, that's a ritual. It's a ritual where the quote, quote, devil, it's called the shameful kiss. Kissing the devil's ass. I said, you bullshit. Man, you lying. So I had to look it up. Let me bring this up. Child. That's why we keep telling y'all, people be out here with this okie doke. You just following the trends. You're literally following the trends. not understanding what the fuck that you're even doing. And I'm like, wow. So let me bring this shit up. I did not know that that was a ritual. So let me bring this shit up right quick. So this my follow-up. My go ahead on with the fuckery. Child. Okay, I don't want display. It is. Why I gotta go.
And on to that, all of those actions, physical actions, we don't, are rituals. It's the energy and the intention you put behind it that you imbue it with. Because, a kiss on the lips can mean a million different things.
Right. So I'm trying to bring this up, yeah. But I did not know. I'm trying. Yep, there it is. All right, y'all. Here it go.
Yeah, because that's why you have a lot of those actions in these secret societies, these humiliation rituals. These
exactly. Exactly. So I'm waiting for y'all to get it, YouTube. It should be coming up for y'all in a second. So sis, you are, or my niecey poo, you already know I'm not gonna name you because I forgot to ask you. But baby, when she said that, I said, oh hell no. Let me go look this shit up. And I said to myself, maybe that's why Brother Sean brought that up, because that shit came out the blue. I was like, what the fuck? What he see in the spirit realm? God damn. But all right, here we go. So come on, YouTube. Come on and show it. I know they're a little bit behind. All right, here we go. So I don't know, Osculum Infame is the name of a witch's supposed ritual greeting upon meeting with the devil.
Oh, my.
The name means the shameful kiss, or the kiss of shame, since it involves kissing the devil's ass. And it ain't the cheek. His other mouth. According to folklore, it was the kiss that allowed the devil to seduce women. I said, first of all, nigga, what? The kiss of shame. During the years of the witch hunts, many believed that witches worshipped the devil and paid him homage by kissing his posterior. The Osculum Infame is mentioned in nearly every single recorded account of a witch's Sabbath and in confessions, most of which were extracted under torture. Okay, and we've talked about the witch hunts before on this show. Although most common in Europe, no illustrations of it exist in the publication of English persecutions, possibly as torture was not regularly employed in the questioning of those accused. Oh, whatever the fuck. It was called the kiss of shame because it was generally regarded as an act of degradation. According to allegations, witches would give the kiss of shame at the beginning of the Sabbath after the devil had read the names of his followers. They would approach him by crawling or walking backwards, turn, bow, and kiss his ass, basically. Posterior, they say. It was believed that the kiss was required, y'all seeing this shit? For a new witch to be initiated. And the kiss was followed by feasting. So you nasty motherfuckers out here kissing ass, then you gonna turn around and have a snack? And you bitches wasn't brushing your teeth back then. Baby, I'm done. I'm done with this shit. I am done. Sometimes witches kiss not only the devil's fundament, y'all seeing this, but lower ranking demons as well. So when we tell y'all this shit is spiritual, we mean that shit. And people out here fucking around to be fucking around. Whatever they put out to say, that's cool. That's what people are doing, and they have no fucking idea that you are involved in a spiritual ritual. You have no idea. Generally considered to be an act of homage or respect. The North Berwick witch trials of Scotland. Why it always got to be some fucked upness coming out of Scotland?
King James men.
Y'all want to know where ass eating came from? I'll continue. Of Scotland in the 16th century held that the kiss was an act of, preance issued from the devil. Reported in the news from Scotland declaring the damnable life of Dr. Fawn.
Oh, an act of penance.
Oh, like, penance. Oh. Okay, damn, I need some glasses because they don't even look like penance. So
you can see it. It's really light.
Yeah, and it could be my screen. I probably need to clean my screen.
No, it's just pale.
No, I had to get up close to see too. I was like, what?
Yeah, because okay. Well, I feel good. Your eyes a lot younger than mine. I'm like, that's what they say. Okay. And seeing that they tarried over long, he at their coming enjoyed them all to a penance, which was that they should kiss his buttocks in sign of duty to him, which being put over the pulpit bare. You got to be motherfucking kidding me. So these motherfuckers set a pulpit up
and let it do it.
So he can lean his motherfucking funk ass up and toot it in the air. And then these motherfuckers gonna have a snack afterwards? All right.
It's like the Dionysus rituals. You do all of the stuff that you like in hell, where you just have sex and you eat and you sleep and you be gluttonous and you just fulfill all the sins of the flesh. You do everything unholy.
And defamation too.
I mean, you would have to be pretty fucked up spiritually to even, you would think that would be demeaning to someone. So now do you all get...
These motherfuckers know they know they come from shit, so they might as well eat shit.
And I guess my whole thing is, now it should make sense why that's quote, quote, a thing. That just didn't quote, quote, come to be, because I thought, oh man, that's, that shit came out of the prisons. But now this makes a hell of a lot more sense, because I'm guessing, I don't know, and I don't know anyone that's been through this. I'm guessing that shit like this is still done in some of those high secret societies. So they decided to bring this ritual forth to the public, to the populace. And folks are doing it. They don't understand why they're doing it. Now, that sick ass, nasty ass Nas X video with him in the motherfucking booty shorts. Do you all understand why now he had his ass tooted in the air? Wasn't he twerking on a goddamn quote, quote, devil? Are y'all getting these connections This is the shit that they're putting before you and putting before y'all babies. You better get your shit in order and stop following these people. Everything that they put out, you're following them. You don't know why. Oh, it's cool to do that. It's cool. You have no clue. So shout out to my niecey Pooh. We was joking, but when she laid that on me, I'm like, oh, hell to the no. You got to be fucking kidding me. Yeah, it's a ritual.
Yeah. And Amaru Plume Serpent just hit it on the head with like, yeah, the shit is sick. And you think about it like, you know, and trying to just normalize, you like, oh, adults. But no, a lot of this stuff is, they do this to children, babies. That's how they get their wicked energy. And, you know, that, yeah. Not trying to get in the algorithm with that, but yeah.
Yep. So it is what it is. So that's my follow-up, y'all. Ciao. I didn't want to do it, but oh well. There you have it. So now y'all know the origins of that shit.
I like to bring up this. They believe that Eve was laying on her side asleep when the snake crawled up her backside and impregnated her with Cain. When you look at some Egyptian statues, they have the pharaoh and his queen sitting in chairs. I can't, and she has the baby in her arm, but they have the snake crawling up her backside. So they, you know, Satan was the snake in the garden. And that's what they're saying, what happened to create Cain. That's what they believe. And they have it in Egyptian stuff too.
So are you...
They have a whole...
So are you saying...
They have the...
See, you don't be wanting to say it, sis, and I know you... So what are you actually saying, sis? You just gonna have to chop it up, and because you talking in code. Are you saying she didn't get pregnant like every other woman get pregnant? Because it definitely ain't through no backdoor shit. So what are you really saying?
Said she was asleep and the snake impregnated her. I don't know what they mean by that because I've never heard of such a thing, except for, you know, this ritual you just pulled when they in Scotland and Ireland, they have folklore about fallen ones, or and the snake was supposed to be a fallen angel, and they came into those regions, and obviously they're not talking about having sex with just a man. They're talking about devil kissing his butt. A devil. That's what they're saying in that paper. It's Satan that you're kissing in witchcraft, making that ritual to the devil. And so when you look at Adam and Eve, that's exactly what they're saying that the devil did to her.
He very well could have, but if he impregnated her, he still had to go through the vagina. But it wouldn't surprise me because the motherfucker's fascinating by that back door.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where it started. It's a devil ritual. It's a devil ritual. And they've been had it for, even since the beginning of Genesis. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
even probably before then.
Yeah, well, there you have it, family.
I think Nuwa had brought up something about that. I think what it's showing is like the binary or the spectrum, like, because she had got pregnant through the normal way, through the vagina, and had a child, but she had got a wicked devil Satanist pregnancy through another portal. And like, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's like somehow juxtapositioning those two things. Like you can, you can go the normal, the natural light way and have Abel, or you can go the wicked dark portal way and create Cain.
Yep, that's what they did. That's exactly what they said she did.
So y'all saying Cain was created from shit? That's what y'all saying? I mean, I'm just being real, because how do you get pregnant that way?
The golem, they create a creature out of shit, the clay of the earth. You just meld that shit together and you imbue it with the energy that wicked. You put a sigil on it. And then you can create a thing. That's in there that Jewish mysticism, all that, Kabbalah, Zohar, all that shit. Like that is a thing. The golem is created out of shit, basically. The shit of the earth.
Now this is just my 2 cents. I think what happened is that they may have performed that act, but still had sex with her the regular way.
I don't know how they did it.
Because
they had sex with her both ways.
Okay, so we on the same page then. We're on the same page because we're on the same page.
It's like a fall. Like, you open up your crown chakra, but you can also open up your root chakra. It's just showing you the spectrum, the light side and the dark side of it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That makes a lot more sense, because remember, some of those beings, that's what the whole patriarch, let's just be honest. The beings that brought that system of patriarch to the planet, that's what they do. Because men have more value than women. The only thing women were there for was for procreation. And of course, really to use their energy. But that's what the men were doing. If you look at all of the societies, the ancient societies, let's be honest, let's be real, they were fucking each other. So that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. So, child, it is what it is. All right, Brother Sean.
I think they need to figure out how to have sex, because, before it was just women, and they was parthenogenesis or through the sun, or just, creating whatever that way. But I think they didn't know how to physically use their bodies to create. I think that was a whole process of learning that they don't put in that Garden of Eden. Yeah, they was fucking. They was fucking all different kinds of ways until they figured it out.
Yeah, but didn't they say in the Terra Papers that Inky, because remember we laughed about it, Inky showed the beast.
Oh, yeah.
Passion.
So they knew how to fuck.
They had passion.
They knew.
I don't know how they do it.
That was just part of their particular society, per se.
Right. But that's what they believe. And I'm like, And she was already pregnant with Abel. And then unless she had a different system than other people, I have no clue.
Well, like I said, I'm just giving my 2 cents. I just say she still got pregnant the regular way. He just did a sex act on her, that particular sex act. That's all.
You're saying Nuwa is in the back room.
Okay. Is he in the waiting room?
Maybe that's what they mean. It's just someone said it in the chat. Amera Indian Broadcasting Channel.
No little boys.
What name are you under? Because I'm getting real picky because I don't feel like the fuckery.
And that's him.
Okay, you finally got on?
Yeah.
Why you still showing muted on my end?
I don't know. It don't show muted on mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought that you was still muted, and I'm study pressing like, Why can't
No,
he get on?
I guess they shut me up.
Child. America.
But you still coming through though.
Yeah, you still come. Yep. Okay, you see I'm muted too. So broadcasting channel, what name are you showing
That
up?
is new. That is new. American Indian Broadcasting.
I know, but that's not what I'm seeing on my screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I need the name that's on the screen. Yeah, drop the name. Let me bring on brother 832. Because you're not showing up as that, brother. What is your screen name for Zoom? Because I don't feel like the fuckery with these people. Let me bring on brother 832.
Man, with they nigga rap.
Damn, y'all think my board is frozen. Oh, there you are. Peace of love, brother.
My sisters from other misters. Feathers up.
Feathers up.
United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them blue lightning bolts down tonight. Because they're going from black to the blue black, and the blackness of the triple blackness of the cosmos circling the rings of Saturn. Scotty, young blood, what up, though?
Young blood.
Yo, what up?
You know, am I going to be coming in every week on the porno?
Child, that was my fault this week. I know that was my part.
You blamed Sean the last time I came in. I'm just wondering, is that where am I coming in like Shucky Ducky now?
No, that was my fault this time. That was my fault this time. I had a follow-up, and I wouldn't have followed up, but I had to follow up so people can know what the origins of that was. I know that was difficult. I know.
I'm on the slave. Is this chain on?
I know that was difficult. I apologize for folks that's sensitive like that, for a sister to have to discuss that. And Brother Sean ain't right for that shit because he caught me off guard. I was fucking
that's why he was muted, because my name is Bennett and I ain't in it, right?
Wait, he went and just ran everybody's motherfucking business down. I'm like, So I just.
What is really funny is last night I just went into YouTube by just stumbling around and fell over the audiobook of the Book of Enoch. And the first 36 chapters was basically about the Watchers, Simjaza, Azazel. And can we do the rundown for the L again? Because I was lost on it the last rotation. You got Uriel, you got Raphael, you got Michael, and you got Gabriel. As what were the, how should we call it, chaperones of the good brother Enoch. And what was interesting when I was re-listening to it in the audiobook last night was talking about these Watchers doing the deed. As when I came in halfway, so I don't know how vulgar and how frequently you were going on the female anatomy. But these giants that was produced from them allegedly defiling themselves. Now, do you remember that? Because I know this is what was like 4 years ago now when we walked down memory lane with Wendell.
Right.
With Wendell. You know I gotta always try to call him out.
Yep.
But did he not point out how the Watchers, which we are now calling the 20 angels under the leadership of Simjaza, you know, they called them the leader of 10. So they rattled off about 20 names of these angels that were the Watchers. I know you, Sean, you've mentioned this repeatedly before, but I asked you both if you remember the latest movie of Noah where Russell Crowe was the lead actor? Did you see that?
No, you talked about that. I'm going to have to put that on my list this weekend.
I want to say that was 2016, 2017. Did you think, Sean? And that's because it's pretty recent.
Mm-hmm.
But they showed the watches to be rock type. Sean, remember that big giant in the movie Thor that was rock looking?
Uh-huh.
That he did his mallet. He did his mallet and hit him in the uppercut and crushed him into, all kinds of pebbles. Well, in the movie with Russell Crowe of Noah, they showed the rock watches to be that kind of thing. However, you know how we morph these stories for Hollywood and their narrative. But the giants were the product of the watchers defiling themselves with what they called in the book of Enoch, the daughters of men.
Right.
Now, it's obvious that we could see cubs, like for tigers or for massive animals, come out small, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in some fashion, the daughters of men gave birth to what I guess you could say would be considered a normal fetus or a normal child, but then grew because of the spiritual seed. Because this is what was interesting to me about what was the scriptural references in the book of Enoch. They kept talking about those who are of heaven as spiritual, and those who are of earth are earthly. So what we said repeatedly about it, so above, as above, so below, some variation of that, right? But they constantly must praise and glorify. Now, who is this, Sean? Is it Yahweh? Is it Elohim? Is it Jehovah?
Him too.
Is it Allah? I mean, I don't know. But listening to the book of Enoch as I was going back, refreshing my mind, it was constantly utilizing him, Rhonda, I'm sorry, I kind of put both you and Shonda together.
No worries, it's all good.
For the Freudian slip there. But he was how should I say this? He was like a travel guide. And he was constantly being made reference to because he kept inquiring from one angel or holy angel, expressing there was a holy angel, Uriel, Raphael, Michael, and Gabriel. And each of them would turn around and ask Enoch, why are you asking these things? Now, these are supposedly all-knowing beings, right? They're sitting...
Right, supposedly
they
and
were
allegedly.
The highest things created until man's creation. Because, again, let's not forget Lucifer Morningstar, right? Who was supposed to have been the brightest of all and was cast down with what they say in Scripture, 1/3 of the heavenly hosts, right? So these aren't even the turncoat bastards of Lucifer Morningstar, are they? So the Watchers are a whole nother section of the heavenly hosts / angels. You feel me? Now the number was 200.
Yeah.
Remember what was significant of that number 200? And I'm gonna say this to make you laugh. And come on with me, Sandra. Come on out the closet there. Come out the corner there. That 200 was the Ijiji.
That's how folks, she love to bring their asses up.
You're right.
But come on with me, sister. Now, why was that number significant? As in the number of Ijiji who went to what? Take up wives. Did they?
Yep.
And in the book of Enki, because they went and took up wives, but they weren't on Mars, could they?
Yeah, they came down.
So they came down. Isn't that what the whole phrase Anunnaki means? Those from heaven to earth came. Isn't that what the actual translation of the term Anunnaki is?
Some say those from the sky, but yeah.
Okay. So they got on rotation from Mars, kind of like any other Navy sailor, shipman, right? Out at sea, wandering, come backed up like a motherfucker, as they say. What do they say? Young, dumb, and full of cum. I know you know what old grandpa and great grandpa used to say, right?
Right.
So that sounds highly suspicious, and pretty close to transforming, isn't it? Or transferring, transliteration, translation. Which one do you want to use? Now, the Book of Enki is 450,000. In the actual book, it says 445,000. I know you probably don't have a copy in front of you now.
Which is close to what old girl said, 450,000 years of them coming here with the fuckery. But
the Bible don't get 10,000, does it?
No, it says 6,000,
allegedly,
right?
the Hebrew calendar is 5. What is it, Sean? Is it 5781? Because this is the year 2021?
Something like that.
Okay. So how many generations is that past the Bible? And I'm also supposed to believe Zechariah Sitchin and his translation, authorized, I guess, from God, just like the scribe in Dubsar, who was authorized to write it down. Zechariah just happened to be Russian Ashkenazi Jew. Excuse me, I'm sorry. J.S.
Right.
Okay. J.S. Okay. Was authorized to transfer this information some kind of miraculous way. That Metatron in the Book of Enki does a similar in and out kind of thing, going to the mothership or going to the, what do they call it? The chariots of fire? And makes these infrequent appearances in and out through the Book of Enki. A hell of a lot parallel to what I just listened to last night, refreshing my mind, of the Book of Enoch. Last night, he went for the four corners of the earth, saw all these portals of heaven.
Yep.
Everything seemed to be based and looked like crystalline, either the floors, the walls, the ceilings, see the cosmos, and everything else that wasn't crystalline was fire. Fire, rivers of fire flowing from the throne. All the mountains, which were always grouped as 7, by the way, 3 to the east, 3 to the south, and the 7th amongst them was raised up as appearing to be a throne. So now, how big is a motherfucker that sits on top of a mountain, Rhonda? Or was that mountain, like you like to say, stumps of the ancient
trees,
crystalline,
right,
silicon trees? Okay. So the Watchers, headed up by Semjasa, who were 200. So who was, it wasn't Marduk, I don't think, because Marduk is supposed to be the sun god Ra. So do you remember the leader of the Ajiji? You follow what I'm saying, Sandra?
Oh, yeah, it was Marduk.
No, he was over them, but I'm saying just like he is God, he's Yahweh, he's Ra. But Semjaza is the actual leader of the Watchers. So you see what I'm getting at, Rhonda? So the parallel is, who was the leader of the Ajiji that was talking shit, that said, enough is enough, that stirred up, the uprising, that said, we're going to snatch these daughters of men. And then all of a sudden, you know what was required was the creation of the earthling. That's what we call it. Was it called Adamu?
Yes.
Was it Adamu?
Yeah,
and then
Adamu.
Adapa. I forgot what the Adapa is from the Terra Papers. But in the Book of Enki, Adamu was the first neutered because he could not procreate. You know that? He could not procreate. But he was supposedly able to communicate. In other words, he was intelligent enough to be taught language and being able to give orders, instructions, and had some skills. Okay? Guess why, other than fornicating, as you went very porno in describing in all detail of what options could have been available to the Watchers, Azazel is the real criminal according to the Lord, the Most High, the glorious one that was constantly being praised by Enoch, for teaching men swords, teaching women how to use roots and plant life. Now, is this sounding suspiciously close to what you tried to inform us about King James and demonology and putting what on who?
It's making sense.
Putting what on who?
Roots.
Putting the scourge, the charge, the death penalty on the indigenous woman for being a purveyor of witchcraft. Correct? For doing what? Manipulating plants, roots. What else? Being able to acquire and to do. Oh, by the way, the other thing that was in the Book of Ink that I found interesting too, tying a lot of the stuff that I'm rambling on about. Those women were scourged by being called sirens. And what's important about that, Rhonda? About a woman being called a siren. Seducer. Succubus. Taking control, supposedly. Now, how is it the mortal woman has more power and authority over the higher spiritual being that, according to this God who told Enoch to tell them they were going to be punished for eternity, for defiling themselves with the daughters of men,
for mixing?
So, I mean, I'm saying it in my way, but I'm just providing whatever might be considered evidence, as you say, on what is basically a patriarchal structure of stating that women are objects, primarily objects of desire. And it is no different than the marketing of everything today. Sex sells. That's the phrase.
Absolutely.
Madison Avenue and Hollywood and all the narratives in the female form and the nude woman is seen to be the seductive force of American capitalism, right?
Right. Well, she don't even have to be nude, but yeah, okay.
That's true. But now she's doing it of her own free will, right? Volition, choice. She's booty clapping and twerking, right? She is putting on whatever. Oh, that was the other thing too that Azazel taught them, according to the scriptural references of the Book of Enoch. He taught them cosmetics and the making up of the eye and the tinctures of the lips. You see where all this goes, you know, where it's so interestingly interweaved into how the Book of Enoch is telling a telltale of the most powerful being, supposedly, the Watchers, whose responsibility was to oversee mankind, keeping us from committing unrighteous, evil behavior. And then they did what? They did the worst of it by defiling themselves with the daughters of women, creating giants who then turned and actually ate mankind, literally. So what are we supposed to take from this? Whether it's an actual story, whether it's a metaphor, whether it's, what is it? Is this a morality tale? I mean, what is it that we're supposed to take from this? But all of womanhood is completely marginalized. I did not, what I could tell or decipher, there was not a single female angel.
Exactly.
I don't get that. I don't get that. When I'm listening to Sandra say, okay, where is Lilith hidden? In the scripture, in the Bible. Do you remember which one is that of the Apocrypha, Sandra? Because I don't know if it was actually called the Book of Lilith. There is some, I'm sorry?
He's in Isaiah. I think it's the 11th chapter. I can look it up.
But there is also the Apocrypha where there is certain references specific to the prior wife of Adam before Eve is the central character in the garden.
In the Talmud.
You see? Y'all made some interesting statements. I was re-listening to it. Not just you, Scotty, but I think that was the other brother, Nuwa, which he really made me think hard about him talking that genetic stuff when he was talking with you, Rhonda. And that the serpent fed genetic material, not necessarily sexual, congress. They may not have had actual intercourse. There may have been some other way, whether it's, you can inject someone, right, with a needle. You can inject it through the vein, right? We could ingest it through her mouth orally, or it could be put as a prophylactic, as you said, about backdoor action. There are a number of ways that genetic material could have been injected into the female form, but was it genetically included or grafted?
Right. I'm with you on that.
You feel me?
I'm with you on that.
You feel
yes.
me?
I'm with you.
Secondly, when you have hybridization, what is, because you're a horticulturalist, that's a fancy word for a gardener. For those
gardener.
What is grafting?
Grafting.
Typically, could you explain to us?
Yeah, because matter of fact, I have a grafted apple tree in my front yard, and I'm gonna have to cut it down, cut parts of it off because it became infected. But that's what happens when you have something grafted that's not the original. But grafted is you take like an original tree. So let's say I have a red apple tree, and I want on this apple tree, I want also to grow from it green apples, Fuji apples. So what you would do, you would graft or take like a piece of the branch from the green apple, and you make a cut, and then you make another cut, like a slit, and you put the slits together, and then you take some gardener's tape and wrap it around there, and it's going to fuse together to grow. And then once it starts fusing, now off of that original apple tree, off that side of the branch, you're going to have green apples. So that's what grafting is.
And now, it's interesting you said that. So now would a branch come off from the original, still providing what was the original, and then from the upper portion grafted on above, will those branches provide a separate fruit of what was grafted, or a modification of the two? You see what I'm saying? We're talking options here now, but once you start
now with grafting,
doing genetic,
exactly. With grafting, it's not going to be a modification. It's going to be literally the original tree is going to still be red, and then this part of the branch is going to be green, and then once that branch starts branching out, those are going to be green. So what you're talking about is crossbreeding or cross-pollination, where you would take the flower, the nectar from one species and mix it with the nectar of another species to make a new species. And we literally call that a hybrid.
Now, isn't that the most probable famous form of doing that in plant life is advanced orchid manipulation, isn't it? Isn't that typically in the orchid family? Just using that as one example.
Yep.
The other thing is, and we all know this personally in our, as you continuously say, sweep around your own front door, look into your own family story. But how many times we see almost a jet blue-black couple, parents, both mother and father, and oops, an albino child comes out of where?
Exactly.
Out of where?
Somewhere in that gene pool.
Okay. So now this grafting thing that we just used as an analogy, or this injection of genetic material, right? Mm-hmm. What did our good brother George Clinton call us in Cosmic Slop? That we're Star Child? Or if you want to give somewhat credence to Carl Sagan and what is the cosmos, we said that billions and billions and billions of stars, that we're all stardust, right? Mm-hmm. That's what we're supposed to believe, right? that all of a sudden, I guess what, sprinkled over the Momma Terra? Or were we indigenously, uniquely,
exactly,
originally created? So, you know, see, I don't think we really get to focus on this because we kind of start discussing about a whole lot of other things and going down all these different rabbit holes and trying to associate ourselves with the immigrant story.
Exactly.
Because that's why I keep saying it. And you know what I'm going to say when I wrap up.
I know.
Because I say it every week, you know. Because I don't give a shit of the origin story.
Right.
It ain't from here.
Agreed.
So when you made those interesting statements, Nuwa, about the serpent, who, by the way, originally in scriptural references, was like human form, a bipedal beast, if you will, or whatever. But we were told, and we've been led to believe, you said this, Rhonda, about the word of know. What happens when they say knowing someone in a biblical sense? Then the next word comes, begetting.
Right.
Begetting, begot. You begot. He begot. She begot. We begetting.
Right.
To what? From knowing one another. What kind of knowledge is that, my sister? Because there was another reference that piqued my curiosity at my level of discernment, exercising these muscles between my two corneas of my pineal, going towards my crown chakra, as my good brother Sagati was representing tonight. He said, Uriel, or was it Raphael? I can't remember which one of these special holy angel chaperones of Enoch said, your mother and father, your great mother and father, ate from this fragrant tree that he was so enamored with, Rhonda. The fragrance was so powerful, overwhelming. Said, slapped on the hand by it, okay, admonished, don't touch that.
Right.
Your parents ate from it. It is the tree of wisdom. Now, in some biblical references, we say the tree of which? Was it the tree of knowledge or the tree of good and evil? Which one was it? That once they ate from it, they knew they were naked. Right? That's the fable that we're talking.
Right.
From the Garden of Eden.
Right.
So was it from the tree of knowledge? Was it from the tree of life? Or was it from, in this reference in the book of Eden, the tree of wisdom? Does it really matter in the semantics?
Right.
But if it was the tree of life, which people still speculate, remember they want to claim that there was this rushing stream, this water that flows from the tree of life. They had a fable called Pasta de Leon, looking for it where, Sandra? In Florida?
Yeah.
Because that would give you what? Eternal youth?
Fountain of life.
Right? Remember?
Yeah.
So if they ate from that tree, they then was a worried that they would become like gods. Wasn't it, Rhonda? Wasn't that the warning?
Yeah, that's what they said in the biblical story.
The serpent supposedly gave an apple, right, to Eve. She bit the apple, then seduced her husband. We're back to this succubus, right?
Right.
Seductress, right?
She got to be the hoe, right, in the story. But yeah.
And gave knowledge to her husband. Now, does that sound quite suspicious on what Big Mama used to tell us if we listened to whether it was Maya Angelou or Toni Morrison or some other wise sage chiefess? You teach a man, you teach an individual. Teach a woman, you teach a nation. Right? Because if you teach a woman, she should be responsible in teaching a child or children or the next generation, right?
Right.
But when you only concern with male, it's ego driven, isn't it? It's who is better than me? No one.
Right.
I'm better than anybody. You feel me?
Right.
Then you start getting in God concepts and God complexes like doctors, lawyers, They used to say shit like doctor, lawyer, Indian chief. Didn't they used to tell us that bullshit too?
That's
in fables?
That's what we would say when we was little.
I don't know. I know I'm rambling. I'm babbling here today, my sister. But since you start me on the porno trail, let me go
and
from
that was
let me
the
go from
clean
the
version.
let me go from the rooter to the tutor.
Child.
Let me rise up from the root chakra to the tip of the crest of the crown chakra to say, in parting, I don't give a damn who you are. I don't give a damn where you're from. I don't care if you're hybrid, purebred, uncut funk. Is that what they used to say with the cosmic slop? And the George Clinton and the Parliament Funkadelic? If you're a star child or you're a homeless child, your time is up. Wore out your welcome. You ain't got to go home. You got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. Peace and love. Let me give you your explosion. Peace and love, brother. Peace and love. Now I feel guilty. Peace and love, brother. Now I feel guilty because that was too much for his little ears. So apologize in advance. But shit, I had to do that follow-up. I did ask in my defense. Okay. So welcome. Peace and love, brother Nuwa.
Peace and love, family.
How are you?
How y'all doing? Doing well. Sorry for coming in unannounced and undressed, apparently.
That's okay. I just had to vet you. Now that I know, I just had to vet you because I didn't feel like the fuckery tonight. So it's all good.
YouTube cut the other channel. They weren't too happy with my actions. So
your gardening channel?
That wasn't a gardening channel, darling. That was just a gardening video I dropped on that one.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was used intentionally to expose truth, and you know what YouTube is about. So
yeah,
what happened, they gave me 2 strikes, and then they just started taking videos away. And then next day I got an email saying, "Yeah, your account is no longer active." I'm like, "Oh, thanks." So I just moved over to the Amerindian Broadcasting channel for now.
Okay, that's your new YouTube channel.
Not really new. It's just going to be where I'm going to hang out and try to stay clean for a little while. But I'm going to come back new uncensored to give you guys what I was usually giving you guys in terms of information.
Okay.
I came in late. I'll be honest. I came in after the foul language, apparently. And I showed up as soon as Miss Sandra was talking about Eve and her relationship with the snake. And throughout the back and forth, I took some notes, so I just want to run through the notes.
Yeah, come on with it now. You missed the beginning. We went over.
I missed a whole lot.
Yeah, when you go back, you'll have something next week. If you show up next week, you'll have something to break down. So I ain't even gonna recap. I'll let you do it. But go ahead.
I'll take
go
ahead. Like slate. I'm just coming in from Miss Sandra's point of view. So let's go back to Brother 832 when he was making the point about how women are now in power and all that stuff. From the way I look at it is that they're not actually in power. What women are being used as is a tool to control the masculine men, because the people that are in real power, they're not heterosexual people. So women to them are just what they are, objects.
Exactly.
You say women are objective. To that society, they are. Within our culture, no, women are gods. So that's why you have to see the difference. If they're objectifying women, it's because they don't like women like that. So off the bat, you know that, yeah, they're using women to control straight men. They don't like women. Next point, because I got a list. Men and women were made at the exact same time. So the original man and women, in the Bible, there's 2 creation stories in the Bible. If you go back into the Bible, Genesis 1 talks about where man and women are created at the same time. And in Genesis 2, this is where you have the Adam and Eve story. Mm-hmm. So if we look at it, the originals and what we're now calling the hybrid. Eve is a hybrid. You guys were talking about grafting. They took Eve's rib and they made, and remember, a rib is what, let's say a percentage of a body. Where did the rest of her come from? That would be like your tree, and you're putting your branch on, but they did the opposite. They took only the root and put the whole tree on, calling it Eve. So now Eve and this serpent seems to have a very interesting relationship. I still don't believe that the serpent had sex with Eve.
I don't either.
From where I'm looking at it, is that no, she literally was implanted with an egg to be fertilized. And when you guys were talking about the backdoor business, no, you couldn't make a baby through a backdoor. That would come in terms of defiling God. And God gave us the front door to create life. Satan gives you the back door to create genocide. So in the eyes of anyone participating in that, you're not creating life. And if that's in the negative Satanic world, if that's what they're doing, that's why they're doing it, because it's defiling what would be natural.
Right.
Because also they had to give, as we know, they had to go and get the sex gene from somewhere, from the originals, and give it to these beings. Did they also give these beings the heterosexual gene? Or was it open? Also, in history, you have the Greek society. They weren't having sex with each other. They were having sex with little boys. Zeus, and who was his little boy? Was it Hercules? But Zeus has a little. I can't remember either. But in their society, it's all about the little boys.
It is. It really is. And people want to act like that wasn't the case. And they want to say that was Caucasian people, and it wasn't. But continue.
Right. Also, when they what happened? They gave her sex, but did they teach them to have sex with a woman, or was it open? Because as we know, they don't like women. Adam got in trouble because he didn't teach women what to do. Why would I be with a woman? I would leave her alone, in a sense. So they dislike women. Also, let's go to Eve. Now has 2 seeds in her. I don't know women's biology, but is it normal for women's eggs to split?
It can split. Twins are either
maternal or 2 eggs.
Exactly.
Right.
It's either 1 egg or it's 2. So the identical twins would come from the 1 egg.
Right. And
right.
Exactly. Right. So there we go. Right there. Identical twins would be 1 egg. Was Cain and Abel identical twins?
They was fraternal, 2 eggs.
To Eve.
So Eve basically was in vitro, what they call in vitro fertilization today.
That's how I'm looking at it, because I don't think the Satan really cared about.
Snake was a feminine, another egg.
Right. And remember, they had to get the sex gene, so sex wasn't like about it. They weren't about sex. Even snakes themselves don't have a lot of sex. So it would be more interesting. And remember, she's already a hybrid, so they've already been playing with biology.
Right. Already. Right.
So it's not any difference to say, okay, we don't have to recreate it from scratch now. Let's put the egg, as we know they can do right now, place it in a woman, have the man ejaculate in her, fertilize the egg, and now you can have where she had her original egg.
But back up. A man they don't put the egg in you and then he ejaculate in you. They put the fertilized eggs in the woman.
She still had to be, the other seeds still had to be fertilized.
How in vitro is done?
In a petri dish.
I understand that part. Okay, so let's say that then. It was fully developed embryo, and it was just now the excuse, hey Adam, go have sex with her, to now make it look like, oh yeah, she got pregnant because you had sex with her, Adam. And then the serpent comes to Eve and say, Eve, listen, you got 2 seeds in there. Don't worry, don't tell Adam. But yeah, you got 2 seeds in there. And then the question I have also with that, the story is Cain kills Abel. And was Abel Adam's only seed? Because then it would say then from the word go, the only lineage that is existing is the lineage of Cain, which means they have the original organism that they took the genetics from to get the sex gene, and then you have Cain's seed. Because from my understanding, Adam's seed didn't prosper; it died when Abel died.
Not at that time, but he had another kid. He had shit. What's his name? Seth.
All right. But that's just where my analogy is.
Yeah. So basically, let's just summarize. So we already have established that the creation story that they talk about in the Bible, that wasn't even the first creation.
No.
That's a hybrid that they are discussing in the Bible.
Second chapter.
So the fact that you have a hybrid that was artificially inseminated, and we're assuming with two different men's DNA, and the woman gave birth, so that's why when they talk about giving birth to two different nations coming from this one woman, are y'all getting that?
Yep.
Basically, all that shit is fucked up out the gate.
And I think she's a hybrid because they needed her body genome to be acceptable to the seed.
Exactly.
Why their bloodline is they're trying to keep it so pure, because they need to be able to do whatever they're doing with that particular bloodline. Like Eve's bloodline is very important to them.
But the point I'm making now, you are a gardener like me. What is the strongest? The original plant or the hybrid? What happens to hybrid plants when you try to reseed them or regrow them?
It might not grow.
It might not grow, or if it grows, what may happen?
Deformity?
Not only deformity, but I use tomatoes. The reason you have a very difficult time growing grocery store tomatoes in your garden, if they are a hybrid breed, is because it's a hybrid. You never know what you're going to get. So give it a try.
You can't reproduce as strong with the next generation.
Right. Yeah. You don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what variation you're going to get.
That's true.
Because the gene pool has been manipulated. And hybrid plants are susceptible to diseases, all of that. So I'm saying that to say, let's back up.
Some of them become invasive.
Some of them become invasive. Absolutely.
I was about to say that because it could take over the whole plant.
Some of them can become invasive. Absolutely agree.
That's how I look at Cain's seed. He became invasive and killed the original seed. And on that perspective, the other link, it became an invasive species.
Right. So, but where I'm going with this is, and once it clicked into me, this whole biblical stuff, and then I started digging a little deeper and really saw where the invasion really took place. If something was fucked up from the start, how do you expect anything good to come out of that? So out the gate, we're talking about hybrids upon mixing with this and taking this from there, this from there. So it was fucked up from the gate. How do you expect anything good to come out of that?
Again, I'll add to that is see how we're now going back in history and we're seeing that the lie that how we were slaves and we came over here and we really know that it was Black Europeans and a whole bunch of others that came over here. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it that it was really not Black Europeans, but Cain's bloodline.
Exactly.
Indigenous land. See, they had to go get it So now they're like, no, let's go to them, and now let's infiltrate. Let's become the invasive species
that we are.
Start exactly because
that our bloodline are, and that's why I say it is about your bloodline. You better wake up and recognize people for who they are, because this is a spiritual war.
Because you were talking about eating booty, and you're like, we didn't do that before. That was considered nasty in our culture. Now 2020, 2021, it's normal. So we got to look at it as like an invasion. Like we didn't have to ask a woman, hey, were you born a woman? Like you never had to ask that question before. So now the whole hybridization you can see happening in front of you. Where did it come from? So it's like the same thing that was there has now been an invasive species and infiltrated, used whatever means they had to call us black, but we're here now. That's all that matters. They're here.
Yeah, it's like that one little scripture that we always say. I forget what the numbers is, whatever. But they the Confederate against us, and it ain't just skin color, that bloodline. So
it's
all the other hybrids, like Amaru said, that Bible is all about the hybrids usurping the indigenous.
It's all that Bible. Exactly. That's why I don't subscribe to that shit. It's a book of colonization. It's a book of the invaders' bloodline. That's their shit. That's about them and their gods. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
People forget that it's non-terrestrial beings. Yep. It's not even people, or I can't even call them people.
Humans.
It's things that aren't even from here.
Right.
It's their creations.
Right.
That they put in control of our shit.
Right.
And if you do find that you trace back to that, ain't much that can be said or done for you, because you still want that bullshit to go on here.
Yep. And that's why you want the bullshit to go on.
And I'll even say people. Sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Like you were saying, though, it's all about the bloodline. That's why we keep saying that. You can change all these different names of nationalities, countries. You could change the names of all of that shit. The bottom line, who's in control of it,
right,
is them. And we let them.
Mm-hmm.
We want to be them. We want to accept everything that they tell us. We don't let go of the bullshit.
Right.
We know that book is about colonization. It's about aliens. It's about everything foreign to mama.
Yep. Not natural.
But we still try and place ourselves within it.
Still trying to.
And to use the thought process that we have today, trying to apply it to what happened back then, when the thought process was totally different. They didn't even have the words that we have today. We always gonna be in error,
right,
about it. The bottom line is, we know it's fuckery, and it ain't our shit.
Right.
Let that bullshit go.
Let it go.
All that shit is over with. These motherfuckers don't know what the hell is going on. They still, the Galactic Federation themselves, or rather, Cryon in particular. He said the indigenous people know what's going on.
Child.
He said that the indigenous people at one time knew that 2012 wasn't the end of everything.
Mm-hmm.
That was just the end of the Mayan calendar. And we're actually supposed to be creating a new one, creating our own timeline, not a timeline given to us by them.
Exactly.
That's just like with this reset and the Sarah just Sarah and everybody keep talking about and hoping for. What part of that did we write?
Hmm.
We're not the author of it, so we're not the authority of it. Ain't none
Exactly.
of that got shit to do with us. That's still giving them equal rights on
Exactly.
our shit. We should never be seeking equal rights. It's all ours.
Exactly.
Ain't shit for us to be equal with another motherfucker about.
Exactly.
They're not our equal in any way, shape, or form. That's why they tried to give us inferiority. But by our natural design, we are superior. We ain't equal. That's why they try to suppress us.
Yep.
That's why they're blocking these frequencies from getting to you. Because they don't want you to realize that you're naturally superior without doing a motherfucking thing. You
Right.
just are. You are that what is. When they say it is what it is, that's you they talking about.
I know that's right.
It's all about us. Period. Ain't another motherfucker and no motherfucking multiverse, galaxy, dimension got shit without us.
That's right.
If they did, they'd be back in a motherfucking dimensions being happy.
Right. Right.
If they was all this motherfucking shit, why the fuck they here? Trying to tell us what to do, trying to tell us how to live and be motherfucking happy. You bitches ain't happy. Y'all don't even know what a motherfucking emotion is.
Mm.
That's why the fuck you here. We had the best game in town. We had the best paradigms. And we created it.
Right.
And now we giving everybody else credit for everything. And all their resets mean is putting us back down.
Exactly.
The color of the individual don't matter. Now they getting it to the point where it shouldn't matter to you what dimension or whatever motherfucker
Yep.
from. It should all be good. I mean, a big head dragon looking motherfucker with 3 booties.
Hey,
And you supposed to hang with this motherfucker. Like everything is just all cool.
And breed with them. You know what?
Yeah,
Make them your bae.
You can date my daughter.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I want grandbabies with 3 booties.
Right.
I mean, come on, family. We don't need a motherfucker. Everybody need us.
And that is so true.
Let these motherfuckers go. Let this shit die. It's done for. Let's do what we do. We create.
Right.
We make shit happen. Quit letting motherfuckers label your shit. Quit submitting your patents and ideas to these motherfuckers. Just make
That's
it
right.
pop.
Exactly.
You don't need their permission for shit. And you ain't got to submit your shit to them. Period. Quit sharing our shit with them. These motherfuckers, they can talk in different languages and this, that, and the other and be right around you talking about you like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And they smiling at you to get you to smile to something that they talking about your dumb ass about. Ain't none of this shit ours. People try and tie certain languages back to us, this, that, or the other. Oh, Inky and them brought that shit.
Exactly.
I don't care what you see in these little books, this, that, or the other. If you ain't taking this shit back 450,000 years at least, you ain't talking about the origin of shit.
Exactly.
All you doing is regurgitating a remake. Because they giving us the same story
over and over
and over again with different characters.
Yep.
But that's what y'all like. So those who want that, that's what you'll have.
Right.
As long as you keep holding on to their shit, that's what you're going to have.
Yep.
Long as you give them your shit, you're not going to have anything. But y'all will figure that out, because I mean, you don't ever really die.
No.
You're pure energy. So, I mean, there's other shit I want to do as a creator. I'm tired of this bullshit. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, all that good shit.
Right.
I'm done. I digress.
All right.
I just add that and let everyone know all of that history is not ours. Those pyramids are not ours. Those castles are not ours. All those things have underground tunnels, and we know all those creatures like to be underground. So all those people that like to say that they're kings and queens, well, I gotta say fuck you, because we know you're only in that position is because Inky and LL needs you to be in that position, because everyone underneath you are subjects, and that's their system.
Exactly.
That's all their system when it comes to ruling, having these laws, no, we were natural. We took our information from source, and when she told us to move left, move right, we didn't ask questions. So to all the people that want the glitter and the grammar and all that, that's all, it's worthless, because we're supposed to be here for our souls. And remember, the bodies that we're in is only a vessel that houses our soul, so we can experience this 3D world. As brother just said, we want more than this. As a creator, I could be doing so much more if I didn't have to worry about poverty, seeing brothers getting killed.
Exactly.
So much more. If our women's were treated properly, our families were in spaces that we could grow with. But like I said, you guys want this system of control and having someone else tell you what to do. Keep it. As 83 says, you don't have to stay here. Just go over there with us. We don't care where it is. Just off Tiamat, and we're good. Go back to Mars. Red Rocks.
Right.
Indeed.
I digress.
So get the fuck on. Like I said earlier. All right. So let me, child, we went in. Damn, we didn't went. Whew, child, let me pull up this document, because we was getting ready to get into Marduk's funky ass. So let's get back on Inky Binky now. But yeah, basically, indigenous people, be the creators that you are. That's what's going to get you out of this. Knowing your bloodline is key. And once you get that up and running, knowing who you are, cleaning up around your doorstep, go create something new. Something coming from your soul, not the same regurgitated shit, because that did not come from you, nor did it was put in place to benefit you. Go be a creator. Make it happen. Okay? All right, so let me, damn it, child. All right, I gotta find out. Okay, I know we was on Marduk. We was starting on Marduk. Dang, y'all, we really went through a lot tonight. But I guess it needed to be that way. So, trying to bear with me. I'm trying to remember where I left off. So I had to take my little picture. So let's see, where did we leave off? What page does that say?
42.
42.
About in there.
Okay, damn, I got the picture. This phone has really been getting on my nerves. Okay, I'll just go to 42, sis, and then I think I can remember. I don't know why it won't show up in the picture.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it said that Lucifer, was cold with the music thing, and he was the most beautiful of angels?
Mm-hmm.
But and everything evil that they try and present to us, they give us these hideous looking figures when, according to them, the source of all evil was beautiful and controlled the music realm.
Mm-hmm.
Can they explain why so many people are in love with these lovely men in the music industry, pretending to be women?
It's a mess, and they don't get that. Those are spells being put on them. And now they're not even trying to mask it. They're not even trying to hide it. Somebody put up, and I haven't seen this post since then. This has been a couple years ago. Somebody put up a post where Beyonce was doing this dance. And even down to the way she was dressed. And they put side by side I want to say it was Masonic. It was one of those secret society rituals. And it was a lady performing in front of whatever that secret society's name was. It was the exact same fucking dance. Move to move.
Exactly. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about.
Isn't that the Super Bowl?
No. Although they perform big rituals at the Super Bowl. But no, this was some performance she was given, and literally they put up that picture of the video of whatever secret society that lady was performing in front of, a group of men. And
is it the chair dance?
Huh?
The chair dance ritual?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It was.
Yes, I know. Yeah, she was in Masonic. It was a white woman in Masonic.
It was a white woman, exactly.
Dancing in front of a group of men in a lodge.
Yep.
I can't remember Beyonce's movie, but I know exactly the.
It was the exact same moves.
I know exactly what you're talking about now.
It was the exact same moves. Now, okay, I'm gonna give you that. You wouldn't really know based on how she was doing that dance that was a ritual. I'm gonna give you that. But now the shit that they're doing that's so over the top, that's so vulgar, and I gotta go back to the Nas X shit, they not even trying to hide it no more.
No, there's no need.
And folks still just sitting numb like, they don't get it.
It's like boiling a frog. They slowly let the person in where now it's just widely acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah.
They make pedophilia legit now.
Yeah, well, you can't say that because then that's when they come shut your shit down.
Oh, yeah, sorry. They're boy liking.
So.
Oh, it's probably because they're not terrestrial. They're extraterrestrial. And they came here with their binary and they couples, whatever code they have for sex. So, and their eating habits are way different from ours. They rather have our skin and blood than eat a little animal. And that's kind of weird, if you look at it. Because we'll eat a chicken, a piece of cow. He gonna ban the cows, but we eat cows and pigs and whatever everybody eats. But they like humans.
All of that. All that they do. Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I was just saying to add on that binary that they put on us, the restrictions and the limitations of it is so like that. Well, the matrix of it is so like instilled in us that it's just like hard to see beyond for some people. They don't even get like you are doing these things. The rituals have been so, the spells are so, imbued in you. You don't even get that. You don't even know who you are or what to do.
Exactly.
You don't even know who yourself is.
That's why they corrupt the child from small, so it becomes normal habits.
Exactly.
And do stuff to them as a child, so that when they're now grown with other children, it's like a repetitive abuse, essentially.
So
right, they become so fragmented. You can just fill them up with the programs.
Right.
Exactly, because this particular terraforming is so embedded. Because remember when we were in the Path to Orion book. She said that they terraformed. When Tiamat was hit, she said that the Anunnaki repaired. That's fucking terraforming. That they put the motherfucking dome over, they tapped into the ley lines, and they restored her. Yes, they restored her, they terraformed her, so their folks can fucking inhabit the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that they do is for them to keep staying on here. So why would you be following this unnatural shit? That's why it don't work for indigenous people. That's why we don't benefit from it, because it's not our shit.
They don't like sunlight and they like carbon dioxide because they're blocking the sun and cutting down trees.
It's not natural. Everything that they do is for them to survive on this planet. But at the expense of the indigenous people.
Look at the masses like the ritual as well, where they're having you breathe in your own carbon dioxide, lowering your ability to get fresh oxygen.
Exactly.
Right.
Hey, sis.
Eating shit. They love eating shit.
Right.
If you think about it, though, dancing within itself is a ritual.
It is.
It's just a matter of what it's used for. I mean, like with...
Nothing without intention. It's the intention you imbue it with.
With them, considering they don't naturally have the rhythm to go in and out of frequencies to make shit happen.
Right.
They came up with 1 2 step, 1 2 step, 1 2
1 2. Yeah. So when you see them dance to it, so 1 2.
Right. How's that from the soul when you like 1 2 1 2 1 2? Okay.
Yeah, but they did that across all the stuff. Classical music, classical dance, classical everything. It's all put into a structure and a formula.
Exactly.
Ballet.
Look at the gymnast that just won her 7th medal. They're hating on her so much because they genetically don't have that type of rhythm and structure to do anything she's able to do.
Right.
All right. She said, fuck the binary. I'm going to do some shit y'all can't even think of doing.
Right.
Exactly. But that's what we're supposed to be doing as indigenous beings. And when I keep hearing people talk about the binary, as above, so below, that's the motherfucking program. If you are indigenous, you're not binary. Binary is this is this is that. It's balance. It's split. You're whole. You're whole. You're not split. And that's what people keep missing because you want to keep fitting this binary code shit into indigenous people stuff. Binary code by itself is the basis, is the source of a computer program. You are supposed to be cracking that motherfucking program, destroying it and create. Destroying it and create.
You know, you say get off the board. Look at it like if you're looking at a yin yang symbol, you're supposed to look at it not from the black and white. You're supposed to look at it the holistic.
Exactly.
Duality, the whole thing. That's how you're supposed to look at it. They want you to just see the 1, 2, but you're supposed to see the whole thing as a game, as a board. You're supposed to be looking at it from over above.
Exactly. You're supposed to be looking at that board and not even I'm telling you to look at the board to see how you can checkmate the game. You look at it and you wipe that motherfucker totally out. Create something new. This is what we're telling you all. Create something new. And start small. That's why it's important for you to get back into the land because you're going to get your answers. But it starts in your mind. But as soon as you start, well, I can do this. And then if I go do that through their system and tell them this, you're going back down that rabbit hole. You on that chessboard, trying to maneuver through those pieces. Get off the board. And when I say get off the board, I'm not telling you to wipe all of the pieces off and put your own pieces on there because that board represents the matrix. I'm telling you to totally get rid of that motherfucker. Create something new.
That's on a loop.
That is on a loop. That's what resets are. Do y'all not understand all a reset is? It's wiping off the chessboard and starting a new game? Do you all not understand that? Shout out to the Mudflood community. They proved it. All the motherfuckers did was build, wipe out, build on top of that, wipe out, build on top of that, wipe out, build on top of that. And some of the same original temples, the motherfuckers are building temples right on top of the other temples because that shit is tapped into the ley lines, which is tapped into Mother Earth's natural grid. That's why you have to wipe all of that shit out. But as long as you use your thoughts, i.e. your frequency and your energy, tapped into that grid, you will never, ever, 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 ever win. You'll never win. Now, if you get them a difficult enough time, they will give you the illusion of winning for their version of what they're calling 1,000 years, but that's all the fuck they gonna give you.
They just want you to play the game. They don't care about winning or losing.
They don't care. They want you to play the game. Wipe them totally out. Wipe the game totally out.
It's like the race. It's like, say we're playing the race game. If we all look at each other as the spirit within, what does the color of your skin mean anyways? Nothing. But that's the game. Oh, you're white, you're black. Oh, you're this and you're that. No. Are you on point? Do you like nature? Are you about love? If I say I love you, you're gonna say I love you back? Or how's your energy? What's your energy signature?
Exactly.
That's what we should be looking at. What's your energy signature, not what the color of your skin is.
Exactly. And we've already proven with receipts and all what white folks' involvement was, which was very little. You can only put white folks on the hook, I say late 1800s. But they were still put in position by melanated skin tone. So I'm going to say this again. It is about bloodline.
Mm. Because all of them don't like each other either.
No, it ain't like white people sitting up there kumbaya. They don't fuck with each other like that either.
And got your trailer trash and your rednecks and all that other stuff that they call each other, hillbillies.
Yeah.
Cracker.
White trash.
And they call each other that stuff. That's not stuff that we made up.
They really do. They really do.
Redneck.
So again, I'm talking to the indigenous American Indian. You have to do it. You have to wipe it totally out. As long as you keep breathing life into the system will continue. And the system will continue to feed off of you, including its people. You have to do it. You have to wipe it totally out.
And for the new generation, you can say that you guys didn't see slavery, you didn't see the invasion happen, but you're seeing it happen in front of your eyes today.
Absolutely.
How they're taking your land and they're literally giving it to other people. They're saying people, hey, come to the border. You can come in here and we'll ship you interior into the country. So you can see how and they're going to use those individuals as what? Indentured servitude. So what? To push you again off your land even further.
Exactly.
You're witnessing it right now, how they did it back then. The white people were used like how your southern border is being used right now.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's to keep the same game going.
Because right now the white man's the devil. Right, man, they're hating on the white.
Exactly. It's the white man's fault.
So you can see how they played us back in the 90s when they were telling the white people it was the black people's fault.
Exactly.
Because we were used then to build up what they needed to build up. Now we're the devils. Now they use the white man to push us around. Now they're the devils. Now the Spanish people are their gods. Like how Joe Biden says, we got to watch out for the Spanish.
Right. The Asians think got love.
Yeah. Don't hate on them, people. Don't hate
on
them.
Don't hate on them. You know, I already called Asians on y'all shit because you sat there giddy, soaking it all up instead of standing up saying, well, as a collective, black folks really ain't mess with us like that. Matter of fact, they're our bread and butter. So I'm going to keep telling you, you're going to have to answer for that. Don't think that shit going to pass.
I don't think they're built with that type of backbone to even say anything. Because if you look at where they come from, they're not even allowed to stand up. So the majority of them don't know what it is to stand up. And
and that's all fine. They still gonna suffer the consequences. Because whether or not you was allowed, whether or not silence, motherfucker, equals acceptance.
Facts.
So you're gonna be dealt with. Don't think that shit gonna pass. I'm just reminding you, rewarning you. It's gonna come and it's gonna come hard. Same with Hispanics. Let me get on y'all motherfucking ass. Don't think that you're not going to be dealt with when you're not standing up doing the right thing either. You sitting up trying to benefit you and yours over indigenous people. Oh, okay. Okay. You're going to be dealt with too. American Indians, you have to get on your shit. Let these people and they fucked up system, let that shit go. Create and build something new. Clean up your households. Make sure you know what your bloodline is. And start building. Enough of the talk. Start building. And even if you don't find people to connect up with, start just with your own family, even if that means starting with yourself. Because at the end of the day, it's all about frequency anyway. There is no more waiting for this, waiting for that. How y'all calculate time? I'm telling y'all, it's over. Time is up. You don't have, I don't even think you have 5 years. I'm going to be real honest. I don't even think you have 5 years. Get your shit together. Let their system go. Build something new.
And I'll add this to the cipher. Look at a magnet. The magnet, they say, only has two sides, a South Pole and a North Pole. But that's untrue. That's where their duality is wants you to focus on.
Exactly.
A magnet actually has a third position called a null position, which is directly in the middle of both North Pole and South Pole. And in that area, there is no magnetism. Look at a tornado. If you go in the center of the tornado, there is no tornado. So you have to look at their program as the outside of the tornado distracting you from within. You got their programming, their board game is like the magnet, the left or the right. But no, there is an actual null point in the middle. And that's where they want to pull you from. They want to pull you left or right of your null position. And that's where you should be grounded.
Yeah, don't they call it like the eye of the storm?
Uh-huh.
So like your third eye, the pineal, get your clarity, open up your shit.
Exactly.
Focus on yourself.
Oh, why the third eye just came across this? You said that
but if I can distract you from that and make you fearful of the ulterior, you'll never wait for the storm to pass to see the eye of the storm.
Exactly. Exactly.
You're in fear. Oh my God. No, just hold up. It will pass. Just hold up.
Brother Marterick says, by 2026, the Earth's natural resource system will shut down, aka reset.
Oh yeah, ain't 2026. I think I had sent you that thing on Instagram, Sister Rhonda. That's the anniversary of America or something like that, and they making that VR of the different indigenous art and places, landmarks around the Americas, creating some kind of digital art narrative thing. But 2026, I think that's like the anniversary of something America's before European colonization or something like that.
So y'all think that's an accident?
Not at all.
Now, I just said, I don't even think you have 5 years. I didn't get that from no book, none of that. I just pulled it from the source.
But I wonder which Earth. I mean, are they talking about the three-dimensional Earth? Because Mama's frequencies have already risen beyond anything they've expected.
Right.
So anybody that's still experiencing their prophecies of doom, that means you still vibrating low.
Right.
Just because they tell us something, that doesn't mean it has to be everybody's reality.
Yeah, I think that's a split. When I say you only have, I don't even think you have 5 years. I think it's going to be a dimensional split.
Yeah, because that timeline and those events are still going to play out.
Right.
For people that accept that.
That accepted it and want to do that. It's going to be a dimensional split. Absolutely.
I read somewhere that, I can't remember what document, but this hokey pokey that we're going through is actually a drill. I think a banker's document somewhere said that. And that the drill is supposed to last until 2025. And after 2025 is when this drill is over. So that date seems to have a correlation. I'll come back next week with the actual information. But yeah, there's supposed to be this jab that we're having is an experiment, and the experiment's supposed to finish 2025. I read that somewhere. Can't tell you where right now. I'll come back.
Mm-hmm. Well, and brother, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying I think that also lines up with some astrological stuff they were saying.
It does.
The
it
Saturn,
does.
Jupiter conjunction. and that, you know, at this age, they doing so much because the time is up, but also it's a time for us to go up and rise our frequency so we can do a lot, we can create a lot and stuff. So that's why they're going extra hard with the distractions and trying to do these resets, because it's like, oh, let's try to get one more reset in. It's like, nah, bitch, nah.
Right, nah, bitch. Right. Brother Marderick says that means he says mathematics statistics, that means reset of the hydrological cycle. We have to start learning the rate at dying species. Animals are dying, plant life, food life, and their hydrological system or their terraforming system. Yeah. So I believe the hoochie coochie, as Sandra said. I believe that is to get folks acclimated to whatever environment that they have created, because they can no longer be in Momma Terra higher frequency realm. I really, really do believe that. That's what that whole thing is about.
They need to bring their food down to their frequency. That's the only way they're going to possibly cling on, is if they have something to eat. So they need to be low.
They putting it in the meat. They putting it in the meat. I saw a video where a magnet was sticking to a cut of steak.
Oh, hell no. Well,
yeah, they to the meat. No, I'm just saying that was just a video with the steak. If they doing it with the beef, no telling what other meats they're injecting.
Yeah. Well, just period. That it's everywhere. It's everywhere. And that's why, you know, you really have to be on your game with knowing who you are and knowing your bloodline. I really believe that's what that whole hoochie coochie thing is about. It's the terraforming of the body. Getting the body ready. That's why it is magnetized, because it's getting the body ready for the realm that they're going to have to go to, because the realm is splitting.
I saw a statistic somewhere where the people that are taking the hokey pokey are, the majority of people that are getting what do you call it, adverse effects are, let's say 40%, 30% Caucasian, 20 to 30% Black, 0% fake Ews. How we say that? People that are really who they are.
Yeah. We get you.
Right. Those individuals apparently are not being affected at all from the hokey pokey. And if we take in consideration that something's going to happen in 2025 and they need to acclimate themselves in some way to get ready for whatever's about to happen, could it be that there's going to be a magnetic shift that we will interact with, that they want to interact with, so that they're adding all these particles and whatever cases, as you said, to get the body ready for what's about to happen.
Exactly. And some people have said that the magnetic pole shift, they have finally admitted to that, although we've been telling y'all this shit for years, it was coming. Some people have said that too, that the hoochie coochie is so folks can survive a magnetic pole shift. Well, my thing is, if you supposed to be here, why you need to take something to survive?
Because you ain't from here.
It says. Mm-hmm. But what if they keep giving us these dates for us to focus on them dates and actually give them longer time?
I agree.
Because
that too.
That okay, well, we'll just wait to this day and see what happens, and see if they just disappear or if they just sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
instead
I
of
agree.
getting
That's
rid
why I
of
don't
it
follow
right
other
now.
people's
It's
dates.
already happening.
I don't follow other people's dates. I just pull the information that I get. I don't follow dates.
Because just considering the fact that they give us dates should make us accelerate our process. Oh, you want it to last this long? Okay, I'm about to cut you off at the knees 3 years early.
And see, if we were truly gangster about this shit, damn, y'all, I had something else for y'all tonight. God damn it. Child, we not gonna get to Inky Binky and them, because now, god damn it, y'all reminded me I had something else for you tonight. If we were really gangster about our shit, we would have hit the proper frequency and we would have wiped it all out like it never happened.
Maybe that's what was supposed to happen in 2012.
Could be. If we were really gangster about our shit, we should have wiped it out. That's why I keep putting it out there. Get off the chessboard. Wipe it out. We're not supposed to be dealing with this. No. Keep going over and over. Well, they gonna do that and they gonna do that. And wipe the motherfuckers out and keep it moving. Shit.
Turn the table over and let's go.
Mm-hmm.
You keep spending your energy going in loops and loops. What about this? What they doing this? Wipe them out and keep it moving. You do it with your energies, with your thought. But if we were really gangster about our shit, that's what we would have done. And it's not like we still can't do that. But as long as you keep being so tethered to the binary, to the physical, that's what keeps prolonging it.
No, I think that is true because remember they changed our music from 40 40 to 432 or the opposite way around. They intervene what would naturally have been.
Right, from 432 to 440. Yes.
Right. And they're trying to now prolong us to reacclimate to that frequency. As you said, Mother Nature's change. And they're trying to prevent us from, they did it physically by changing the music, but Mother Nature said, no, I'll do the changing for myself. And that's where now they're trying to catch up with the change that Mother Nature's been making. Because they did physically change the music so that we wouldn't ascend. We went from having loving tones, now we have gangster rap and negative tonnage in our music. And we know that I forgot what there's a Chinese doctor that froze water, and if you say negative things into water and you freeze it, the crystal that would grow would be distorted. And if you say love and positive things into water, it would show into a crystalline structure,
exactly,
a snowflake.
Mm-hmm.
Like a snowflake.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if that happens in water and our music is consistently giving us that deformed wave, where would we have been if we were getting crystalline music to decalcify our pineal gland and make it vibrate at the resonant frequency it should have been vibrating on?
Exactly. All right, y'all. Sorry, Inky Binky. Now we was on Marduk's funk ass. We'll get back on him next week. But y'all knew I needed to bring this to you because I pulled it. Y'all think they bullshitting with y'all? And you on this physical stuff, you on the board, moving the pond. Oh, now I'm a knight. Now I'm a bishop. You moving this way? Let me show what these motherfuckers are up to. Hold on a second. Now I got this shout out to a YouTube channel. He's a Caucasian man. Adapt 2030. He be on his shit, y'all. I've been rocking with him, listening to his information for quite some time now. For a couple of years. He has accurately predicted weather patterns, etc. So shout out to Adapt 2030. He was on his channel, and when he mentioned this, I said, God damn. All right, here we go. So let me make sure y'all see this. Hold on, it's coming. Let me see YouTube. Let me make sure. I think that's on. Why isn't it coming up?
Need a patent?
Oh, y'all see it? Okay, how come I don't see it on my other screen? This other screen be pissing me off. Why you delayed other screen?
Walking through the wall training system.
Okay. Y'all can see it on my screen.
Yeah,
you see what this says? United States patent application. You see the date. Walking through walls training system. You think they bullshitting with y'all?
January 19, 2006.
You're on the chessboard. And all of this consciousness shit that I talk about, this shit is real.
Damn, read that abstract.
This invention is a training system which enables a human being to acquire sufficient hyperspace energy in order to pull the body out of dimension.
Damn.
So that the person can walk through a solid object such as wooden door. You think that they fucking playing with y'all?
All this race, all this hate on this black and black, it's all bullshit because we're supposed to be, what was it, hyper energy? Hyperspace energy. We're supposed to reach by now.
So when I'm telling you all, get off the fucking board, wipe that motherfucker out and create, I know what I'm talking about.
And this has been since 2006. So
this is since 2006.
You should have been there by now.
Let's continue.
That's when it was published. It
right,
was filed
that's when it was published.
Oh, shit.
It was filed in 2004.
So they've been playing with that shit a while, right?
Since the 1990s. Since the 1990s. This is just a patent. This is when a man says, all right, let's we know what we're doing now.
Yeah, this is the motherfucking patent. Y'all think I'm sitting up here year after year after year after year, I'm telling you the same shit over and over and over and again? That it is about your consciousness.
Your energy.
In order for you to create.
At hyperspace.
And here these motherfuckers are putting patents on this shit. Let's continue. What the fuck is this? Gotta wait for YouTube to catch up. God damn it, YouTube, catch up.
We don't see that yet.
Y'all should see it now.
It's coming down.
Chakras?
Yeah.
Oh, and they identified them. Look what's A. I wonder what chakra is that.
Y'all think I'm fucking getting on here year after year telling you the same shit for my fucking health?
So you are an energy being within a physical body.
You think I'm telling you where the real power is just for my fucking health?
We should have been at hyperspace by now, guys. Hyper energy.
Let's continue. Figure 1. And shout out to Adapt 2030. He mentioned this, and I said, oh, fuck that. I'm going to pull a patent. And this ain't the only one, y'all. I'm going to show y'all the other one. God doggone, we going into overtime.
It ain't about skin color.
No, hell no.
And that's the biggest game they have us stuck on right now. They have people literally hating you because you're Asian this and you're black this.
Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a flying fuck?
All right, so they're showing you these same chakra systems.
In the mini cube.
Do you understand why G represents the Masonic?
Ha! I caught that now, yeah.
I'm not telling you all this shit for my health.
They want to keep you at that lower chakra.
Just for the fuck of it. I'm not telling you or going through this Anunnaki shit for my health.
And then they calcified your A gland so that you can never use it. It'll be like they disconnect your antenna.
I'm telling you what I fucking know. And I am telling you, if you not using this to wipe a motherfucker out, you're just looping.
And we don't have to wipe them out. We just have to not give them our attention anymore.
Exactly.
That's where the value is. It's not money. It's not your physical body. It's your literal attention. Because then they can manipulate you however they want to. They can then control your body. But if you focus on this, they cease to exist, essentially.
Exactly.
Right. Our awareness of them gives them an existence. Like, so you could, like, hey, you can disappear them. Like, if you don't think about them, don't focus them. Like Toni Morrison said, I don't write books for white people to read. Like, so we don't give our energy, our attention, our focus to the colonizer, to these foreigners, to whatever. Like, you focus on yourself and your people and what you got to do, and that's what you manifest. But as much as you focus on the distraction, that's what you're going to keep creating, is more distractions.
Exactly.
Look at it like a stallion horse in a race. They put blinders on that horse so it doesn't get startled and stays focused so it can finish the race.
Right.
But to us, they took the blinders off and they gave us all the distractions that we can possibly get, so we'll never finish or reach that destination that we should have reached. What, 2006? We can done this by 2012?
So they're showing you all of the chakras, and they're showing you the different gates. All right, so somebody asked, what's this document? Where did this come from? I pulled this from the patent office.
Yeah, go back. If you get the patent number. And
this is public information. I'll go back up real quick.
Oh, it's going to be a minute on our side.
All right, I'll wait. Damn, I hate y'all have a little delay. Do. Go to the patent site. There's the patent number. Go pull it yourself. You can even just use this name. It'll come up. So
S2006 /0014125A1.
Yep. Yeah, and it's even right there. Okay, so let's move on.
It's not pseudo.
No. So what this figure 3 is, what the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. Come on, give me some explanations in your patent.
So they're going to compartmentalize you.
What?
It looks like they're going to compartmentalize you to use whatever chakra they need for whatever they need it for.
No, what is this patent about? Let's be clear. Let's don't muddy it. What is this patent about?
Walking through walls once.
Exactly. Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused. What is this patent about?
Some motherfucking X-Men, motherfucking Stephen
Right,
King
it's
shit.
through walking through walls.
Because we've raised ourselves to a hyper energy.
Because this is shit that we supposed to already be motherfucking doing.
The soldiers.
Taiwan, Puerto Rico.
No, they got
Exactly.
They have to do it through technology. They can't do this physically. They have to do it through technology, which is why you can say the hokey pokey is giving them these abilities almost.
And that's not gonna give it to them.
Not the way they want it, no.
But we were supposed to be practicing in those spiritual realms, i.e. the astral plane. But most of us are in there fucking and sucking. I'm just gonna keep it real.
No, you're stuck at G.
Exactly, on some motherfucking bullshit.
Stuck at G, bro. That's where you are on the
down
board.
Here. When you're supposed to be having your whole is from A to G. That's your whole. Not binary. Let me balance my A and my G. Or your H. Okay, so A to H.
But G's still down there.
Right. So they're teaching you the binary. Oh, the A and the G.
H is coming from your hands.
Yes.
Like when you put your palm out, that'll probably be another chakra.
That's why your hands are some bad motherfuckers. But if you were doing what you were supposed to be doing in those astral planes instead of fucking and sucking,
that's why that G is there. You on G, bro.
You would know what them hands do.
And then in reality, it go beyond. It's just like your whole body, your feet, the back.
Exactly. Like, it's the whole.
But yeah.
Okay, so let's go on back down here. I don't know what the fuck this figure is. Figure 3. So let's remember.
So when people think those Hindu chakra statues and what they're talking about is just mystical, no, it's literal science.
Exactly.
In patents.
Exactly.
Like we say, our bodies is the computer. And that's the thing. Oh, that's what I wanted to bring up, because they trying to get us into transhumanism. They can only mimic what we do naturally. We naturally is transhumanism. We is a computer, biological computer in itself. Like, so they only trying to like mimic us, but they can only do it in depraved, negative ways. So like anything they try to do is not like, oh, we just created this idea of transhumanism. No, they looking at us like, how the fuck is they human and a computer at the same time?
I won't say a human. I'll say, how are we spiritual and a biological computer at the same time?
Exactly, because they're trying to figure out
get the source.
What they're trying to figure out is, god damn, they can take all of this and do anything they want.
Essentially, how can you just put a computer into flesh? Like they just like, and you're just naturally that way.
Right. Their computers is trying to mimic our natural bodies.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So sorry, y'all. Hope y'all not getting too dizzy. I keep going back and forth. I apologize. So now they going into the figure, and so they're saying that C is this on the grid. That go B down there. So this is what in mass. Let me make sure. Because I still haven't figured out. Oh, see, they not fucking around with y'all. This is in mass. This is in wavelength. The wavelength represents frequency.
Right.
Mass is the physical body.
So in that hyperspace, what do you have to get your mass at in order to move through? What wavelength frequency do you got to be on to get your mass at a level that you can move through solid things?
Let's see what they say in the patent, because that's what the patent's supposed to be proving out, right?
And actually, solids aren't actually solids on a microscopic level.
They're really not.
The electrons,
right.
and the protons,
exactly. They're really not.
They're not. We're not physical on that level.
Right. So let's go.
So if you vibrate high enough, you can get those electrons to completely move out of the way.
No, this is half a circle.
The information you're looking for is going to be at the very bottom.
Okay, I'm just looking at this graph. It's probably right here, but okay, we're going to keep moving.
They don't give you the explanation within the actual pictures. They bring you down.
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out, then I stopped. Just like I said, it's in there.
It's a parabola.
Yeah.
Parabola. I don't know.
Say 6.5 dozen.
And I just want y'all to see. Y'all that passed geometry. I struggled in that shit, but
that's 5. That's called 5. 3.14. Blah 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 blah. It's basically the creation that everything creation is built off of this particular geometry.
Okay.
And that Fibonacci sequence spiral.
Right.
That I do know.
In order for you to get into hyperspace,
it's the same thing.
you have
One
to
the same.
constantly fold time space onto each other. So it has to overlap, and it overlaps in the spiral.
Right.
Yes. Okay, let's continue.
Hey, sis.
Uh-huh.
Something interesting to think about. They tell us about us being able to, our bodies being a macabre, light body ships. They're in actual ships.
Come on now. Can you
So
just
what
say
does
that again? Back that up and say that again.
Merkaba, light body ships, is what we're capable of. Our bodies actually becoming light ships. They had to get here in actual vehicles. So, who is that telling you is the most powerful being?
Exactly.
But they trick us into thinking that we're this, that, or the other. They throw their hybrids in here and give us multiple creation stories. But all throughout these creation stories, they admit that we were already here.
Exactly.
That part.
So why everybody is still trying to be followers or children or in the bloodlines of these beings,
right,
who themselves tell you that you were already here. And I don't recall in any of those stories, quote unquote, Africa being the center of shit.
Facts.
As far as the indigenous people. I mean, that's where they done all the experiments.
Exactly.
We was already here minding our own business, and they start bringing that bullshit over here to us. And for a while, we kicked ass as long as we stuck together. But
right,
soon as they was able to get us to turn on each other for a trinket or two, just like niggas do now.
And the women.
Niggas, that wasn't gender specific.
I know that's right. You being polite, brother Nuwa. Sisters can be niggerish also.
I was looking at it from my perspective.
I know you was being respectful. I appreciate that, sweet pea. But women can be niggerish too. Continue, brother Sean.
The thing is, if anybody that fit that category ain't being a quote unquote woman, are they?
No.
They stuck in that frequency. You are what your frequency is, not what your biological makeup is. It's all energy.
Exactly.
I mean, sisters, we need y'all to be you. That's all we need y'all to do is be you, your higher self. That's it. Y'all do that, we got the rest.
Right.
Our purpose is to protect you.
Right.
The thing is, when they rise, we have to rise or die off. Because they ain't going to be fucking with us.
Exactly. So, can you say that again, Brother Sean? Because when I say that, I'm being a feminist, which I don't give a fuck. But hear it from him.
All you got to do is look at nature. Ain't nothing mating with no lames. It's either you're an alpha male that's handling business, or you ain't getting shit. Your blood lined off, everything.
And it's supposed to fucking die off. Shit, what the fuck I want to procreate with you and you weak than a motherfucker?
That's just nature, period.
Somebody to leave you.
I mean, you can even take with certain bird species, let's say eagles. If the parents see that one is weak, they ain't gonna feed him.
Yeah.
And the siblings might attack him and throw his ass out.
That's true.
Or kill him and eat him.
That's true.
I mean, we at war.
Exactly.
And y'all still want to play games.
Play. Exactly. So, sisters, this is not about hair, makeup, tits, ass. You got to get on your game.
Real men don't care about any of that.
You got to get on your game. I mean, it's about your choices, who you're selecting. You got to get on your game. I literally put up a post about, I said, women, you have the power. It's called selective breeding. Breed them out. And somebody came back on my post. So you saying it's my fault?
Yeah.
I'm like, bitch.
You opened your legs.
Simple,
but
bitch.
It's our fault too, though.
No,
because we have to make better choices.
I agree.
Every sister ain't at that frequency. Every sister ain't about that spiritual life. Some of them stuck in that G. They stuck in that material shit.
Yeah, we got to set the bar higher.
That's true.
I mean, if motherfuckers didn't give off into this shit, if they couldn't make a successful living at that shit,
right,
they wouldn't be doing that shit.
Exactly.
If we weren't dropping bands in the club.
Exactly. She'd get on her spiritual shit and get her shit together in order to have a life.
Right. If we brought the money home and gave it to her, so in the house, she'll be able to take care of the family, which means we can have a better family outlook. We throw in that. Right.
But ultimately, it's really not about money.
It's really not. It's higher than that. It really is, because it's supposed to be about frequency. We have gotten so lost, and it's so sad that why people become a couple, once you really dig back the layers, them motherfuckers don't even like each other. It's like, okay, so why y'all together? Oh, well, he spent some bands on me. Oh, well, she looked good. You think that shit finna last? Y'all don't even like each other. What about your core values?
Well, my thing is this. A patriarchal system has put you down to those levels because of who and what you truly are. And for you to still embrace such bullshit when you're the mother of all life.
Indeed.
You're that magical womb that motherfuckers have come from other dimensions just to look at. And then you just give yourself away for nothing.
Right. You allow your womb to be polluted. Let's keep this shit real.
You are the greatest creation ever. There's nothing that will ever compare to you. And you just give yourself away to anybody and anything. Don't you think something is wrong with that?
Yeah.
You don't love yourself enough to be you? Nobody's asking you to be something else.
Mm-mm.
Just be you. But you have to know who you are.
Exactly.
And not what they tell you you are. I digress.
No, thank you for that. I mean, and it's so deep, because just that simple post, and for somebody to come back and say, well, is it my fault? I'm like, bitch, is that not your womb? You don't get the concept that you have control over the life that you bring forth, who you're going to procreate with. You don't fucking get that basic concept. That's fucking sad. It really makes me sad. So women, you have to get on your shit. You have to. Selective breeding. Selective breeding.
Yeah, because the way I look at it, when white boys get them a sister, like Eddie Griffin said, they get them a sister.
Right. Well, let's start, because the white boy ain't gonna get shit unless we allow them. Let's reverse that. Sisters, and we not finna fuck with no broke down ass white boy. If we gonna play in the snow, goddamn it, we gonna play in the premium snow.
And I think the only reason you're playing in the snow is because a good black guy broke your heart. You said, fuck that black guy. I'll go to something else.
And he's not a good black guy if he broke your heart.
Well, that's what I mean. If her heart wasn't broken, I don't think that would have been her first choice.
But the point I was getting to is, when you see them with a sister, they got a family. Mm-hmm. You see these brothers with a quote unquote white woman, they got them fat sloppy trailer trash.
And the white men are laughing their asses off. And brothers
like that anyway.
and brothers be like trying to throw that shit up in sisters' face. And any sister with any semblance of self-esteem, we look at that nigga and laugh. We like, nigga, I didn't want you before you played in the snow. And now I really don't want you. Not because you played in the snow, but why you played in the snow to be motherfucking spiteful. And who you played in the motherfucking snow with. See, I'm not a garbage collector. I don't collect garbage and try to restore it. I don't dig to the bottom of the motherfucking pile of shit to try to make something of it. And women, that's what you have to stop. And I don't give a fuck if all your selection is just a pile of shit. That means you're not supposed to partake. Let me roll it back for the slow bitches. I don't give a fuck if all your selection is shit. You're not supposed to be partaking. If another motherfucker is never born on this earth again.
Another weak motherfucker.
Then that's so be it. Selective breeding. You are polluting your womb. So, all right, let's get through this documentation. All right. Okay, so y'all that passed geometry, I barely passed that motherfucker. I got through it. Ooh, I hated it. Oh, I hated that shit.
Easy.
Yeah, that's what y'all say. I could probably do it now, but I hated it back up in the day. So
it was easy back then. I don't remember none of that shit now.
Child, I struggled through it. I got through it with a C. And then I had to take trigonometry. I did better in trigonometry than geometry, but I hated that goddamn geometry.
You know, I finally figured it out. It's used to calculate how to build a fence. They use geometry to build a fence and a lot of stuff. So if they had to start talking about application, like this is application,
yeah,
then we probably would have got it right.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, but you know, they don't want to teach shit in school properly where you can understand something, make it fucking practical.
That's abstract.
Yeah, because the geometry, that makes sense with a fence, because it's all different types of shapes, basically.
Yeah.
With each other.
Yeah, now why couldn't they have taught it like that? Bullshit ass school system.
They said
no, you know why they didn't teach you like that? Because you're not supposed to have that level of education.
True that.
It's true.
That's why they need to have it stagnated, because then they don't want you building a fence. They don't want you building monuments. They don't want you building
True that.
Than anything else. So they give it to you so you don't utilize it.
Yeah. But they used to. We used to have machine shop, wood shop.
Yeah, I think our generation was the last of that, though, Brother Sean.
That's true, it was.
Because you could come right out of high school and go right into a good factory job.
Yeah, because as a matter of fact, when you got to your junior year, you could have went into one of those vocational programs and you do half of your day in school and then the other half in that vocational program.
Mm-hmm. They stopped all that stuff.
Which is sad. And I'm talking, y'all, it was hella training. It was really, really good training.
That's when they started.
They even had an aviation school in Cleveland.
Oh, shit. I would have wanted to go to that.
Max Hayes was the automotive school. Aviation was the name of the aviation school. It was right there off the shoreway.
Nice.
Brought minorities in too.
There was plenty of minorities in there.
I ain't talking about that.
Teach you how to work on the planes, fly the planes.
Fly the planes. I would have showed. I'm gonna get my pilot license in the next couple years. God damn it, I'm getting my pilot's license. But go ahead on, Brother Sean.
Yeah, but we had all those programs.
We did.
Took them away and set motherfuckers up with the college shit where you come out in a bunch of fucking debt and this, that, or the other.
Yep.
And then majority of those jobs, as far as for college, they going away.
Yeah, because even in that particular program, they even had a computer program. They had mechanics,
refrigeration,
piping, all that
stuff. Yep, refrigeration. They had all of that.
Don't you shut now.
HVAC.
Yeah, HVAC. That's what you call it. Yeah.
Home ec. You guys had home ec as well too.
Yeah, home ecs, because I went through the child care program. It was like a daycare, and they taught you everything from top to bottom on the daycare. So yeah, I think our generation was the last to go through that.
Schools for law study. We even had schools for law study, law schools.
Yeah, I think our generation was the last ones that got that.
Like I said, I'm an 80s baby, and I know in my school year, they literally shut down what they had OACs, which was like college prep programs. In my year, they had shut that down, and basically they're like, yeah, you're gonna have 2 years less to prepare yourself for school. And basically it was like, we're the generation, I was the generation that came out with the internet. We were there when that happened, so you could see that they were making that shift then. So yeah, your generation had a nice environment to grow up in. I saw the change, and now the generation behind us, they have a math is a Common Core, or they're using a different math system to teach kids how to do math, and they'll never figure it out. Yeah,
because I see some of the memes go across my timeline of how they teaching it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right.
Ciao. All right, let's get through this. Okay, so that's that. Let's keep going. For those of you that's into your geometry. Okay, this is figure 9. Okay, so
that's more like a quantum physics thing, because it's explaining how because basically moving through walls is called intangibility. Like, so basically it's your particles moving at such a hyperspace that they able to go through other particles, basically.
Like
and so when quantum,
like Flash.
Yeah, like Flash, or like Shadow Cat and Shadow Kitty and Matrix. I mean, not Matrix, but the X-Men and stuff. And so you have to have the matter, and then you have to have the force that's acting on it. And then energy. So like then you have a different couple of like mathematical things that's happening in that graph.
Yeah. You have to have the force and the energy for each separate part of each chakra going through.
They have to be open and radiating at their highest.
Exactly. At a precise frequency in order to pass through.
And once they're all harmoniously active, it'll be like hitting a chord on a piano where it's different notes, but it makes one harmonious sound.
Exactly.
So this is the device. So this is the tech that they're doing the patent for.
Ant-Man.
Okay, so let's do.
Hey, he's doing the Wakanda symbol. He's doing the Wakanda.
Yeah, because it does eventually go into time travel, because matter, like, we know that time is a construct, but like if you can eventually move so fast that you move through the matter of well, that's in quotes, time, then you can time travel. You then went through so much matter so fast that now you're in matter in a different point in the timeline.
Right. Hold that thought on time travel. I told y'all I had something for y'all. I'm so glad y'all brought it up, because I had forgot. But shit, we in overtime now. So hold that time travel. Okay, so
I just heard a super soldier, one of the super soldiers, say they already have technology where they can actually transport you, like a transporter, which is what this stuff is doing, going through walls and stuff. They already have that for them.
Hold your thought, because I still got another one. We ain't done yet. Okay, so, but remember, let's stay focused. ADD panel, stay focused. What is this patent about?
Walking through walls.
Okay, stay focused.
ADD panel.
I do that at work all the time, y'all. I work with engineers, and they be like, what about this? What about that? And I'll be in a meeting like this. ADD, ADHD, stay focused. This meeting is about blah, blah. And they start cracking up. Like, shit, I ain't got all day to be fucking around with y'all. This meeting is an hour. Okay. All right. So here they are again, because remember, these represent the chakras, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're plotting them out. That's the mass. Down here is the frequency. Now, I find this interesting. What does this look like?
Your Masonic symbol. Compass and square.
It's a pyramid, triangle.
Right. It's two inverted pyramids, right?
Ooh.
That's one. That's the other. Now, those that talk about the Merkaba or the Merkaba, they say that that's what your light body is, and that motherfucker spins.
Right.
Okay? Right, let's move on.
Or vibrates. Look at it like a vibration.
Yeah, spin is the vibration.
Look out.
Like that one image of the toroid field where
Yes.
it goes in and out, but it feeds into itself.
Exactly. All right. So they're showing you all of these plot lines.
And the same toroidal feed. If you look at it from the top, one is rotating clockwise and the other is rotating
right. So it's like that.
So if you're utilizing triangle, one triangle is going down, one triangle is going up in terms of energy.
And they're spinning.
Yeah, and in the middle it would be the harmonious point that you're looking at.
Exactly. That's the 0 point, right?
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So I don't know what all that mean. I'm trying to get to it, y'all. Now, in the tech world, when motherfuckers be trying, them engineers be trying to explain shit to me. So all that geometry shit that was plotted out, I'd be like this. But when it get down to the break that shit down, they have to produce this. Motherfucker, plot out from start to end. What the fuck is you saying? So, start.
Hurry up, there it is, the vortex. Okay.
So enter data. So you have banner length, shoe size, and weight. So that's the data. Okay, you see that coming off of that node.
I don't have that. I'm sure.
You don't get it, sis?
No, not yet.
Oh.
I just saw a man. That's all I saw.
Oh, shit. Do y'all see?
No, it's there. No, it's there. She's just slow. I see the
Oh, okay. Y'all see it. Okay. So that's the data we're working with.
So Sandra, just wait 1 second. Your will come up.
Yeah, it'll come up because they're seeing it. So, calculate stride length, load banner paper, print banner, footprints. So that's the front. So this is the banner, and there's the footprints. Use a timer, walk. So I'm picturing this. This is like a treadmill. This banner that they're talking about is like a treadmill.
Or
So-
like you have to have like a running start. Like it's you have to get that pattern going as you're walking, and then you walk into the wall. So say the bottom part is where you started, and then that by the time you got to the top, your vortex would have been strong enough to walk through the wall. It takes you 2 or 6 steps to get your energy on point.
Depends on your weight and your...
So it says use timer, walk, generate vortex.
Right. So I guess you have to
So
walk.
as you're walking, you're generating the vortex.
But it has to be like on a timing. Like if
Exactly.
you're into it, it has to be on a certain frequency that you have to walk in.
Exactly.
And it'll generate your vortex. You can't walk too fast or too slow. You have to be on
Exactly. It has to be precise. Hence, all of that geometry stuff that they were doing at the top that was mapping out the exact frequency. All right.
So Sandra, make sure you're watching the live feed. You might be delayed on your side.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing that.
Okay.
Computer's a little slow.
Okay, so they just putting in what somebody's weight is, what their shoe size is, and that's going to calculate how many strides they need to take and at what timer / frequency to set it to in order to walk through that wall. Y'all could tell this back in the day. Look at these old ass screens.
That's like the first Windows version.
Yeah, do y'all even know? I'm not even sure if y'all even seen this before.
Yeah, it's like Windows 95.
Right.
So what they're doing is assisting people to go through the wall, and not the person himself has to do the wall, right?
Well, let's see. Let's see.
I think they figured it out to such a precise mathematical formula.
Exactly.
Enter in your weight, enter in your shoe size, and then within that, the computer will say, okay, you need to do this to be able to that point.
Exactly. Bingo.
And they also have to have the test subjects that fit that data.
Right.
Exactly. I'm sure by now it don't matter what your weight and shoe size is, but the prototype, because the prototype is always the test case, probably had to fit an exact weight and exact shoe size in order to do it. I'm sure by now it don't matter.
I think it's more on the timing because of your.
It is the timing.
You have to be at this timing. If you're shorter or smaller, you're at this timing. If you're fatter and larger,
remember what do y'all remember? I've been telling you for years. A brother hit me. What does time really mean? Emit. Time spelled backwards is emit. Frequency. Let's continue.
The state of your molecules.
All right, so that's the little banner to print the little strides. Oh, goddamn, they put they put the original formula in this bitch.
They have to for the patent, right?
Yeah, they do. You right, sis, they do.
99 kilograms weight.
So 220 pounds. That's the mass.
God, that's a big ass motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a big dude.
Holy.
Size 12 shoe.
You just take 6 strides.
That motherfucker takes 6 strides.
Stride lengths per second.
20, and that's the key. That's the vibration right there.
You can say 6 strides per second, and it need to be 20 inches within each stride.
That's the frequency right there, that line.
Insert 11 banner sheet in printer.
Child, let's continue.
So then they'll print out that footprint pattern, and then you'll
for a
mimic
motherfucker to walk on, but your timing got to be right.
No, but that's the thing. They don't have that natural timing. So they're literally giving them that timing on a piece of paper and say, hey, just walk this pattern in this particular timing. And
exactly.
And they can't do it naturally.
Was that you that was talking about the dance moves? Do y'all get it?
It was that Brother Sean, actually.
Okay, where the 2 steps versus if you're doing something natural, you dancing naturally.
Like a wine.
So let's continue.
You literally have to 1-2 it, 1-2 it.
All right, so they just showing here the strides.
So you start off.
He starts here, and so let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motherfucker then walk through the wall. Appears where they would walk through the wall.
Through the wall.
Right. Let's
go.
You
did that in 20 seconds within each stride.
20 inches too.
Okay, so just another thing. Enter data. The shoe size, the weight, continue, load the motherfucking paper.
Print the paper.
To print the banner. Use the timer.
Right.
Walk. Let's continue.
Damn, this was Windows 95, bro. Holy.
All right, let me take a swig of this water.
Right, this is what you want to get into.
Mm-hmm. Walking through walls training system. Brief summary of the invention. This invention is a training system that enables a human being to acquire sufficient hyperspace energy in order to pull the body out of dimension so that the person can walk through solid objects such as wooden doors. Background of the invention. A human being is a hyperspace energy being living in a physical container or body that is comprised of what? 67% water.
So you're not black, you're not a male or female,
right.
You're a human being.
Straight or gay, how any of that fucking...
That's all the board game.
Exactly. Did you see any of that in there? They said a hyperspace energy being living in a physical container. So when I tell you all you're supposed to be on the spiritual side, working with energy, I know what I'm talking about. Let's continue because this water is very important. I'm pretty sure I know what they're going to say, but I'm not going to pollute it. I'm just going to keep reading through it. This high percentage of water makes this invention possible. Thank you. Never fails because water is a conductor. Water is a conductor.
And it holds memory.
Exactly. All right. So refer to figure 1, which was, remember the figure 1 was the right, with the figure that had all of the energy chakra systems.
From A to H.
Right. The hyperspace energy being receives energy from our dimension through 7 vortices that run the length of the body. Each vortex connects to a separate hyperspace dimension. What?
They're all separate.
Having its own what? Particular frequency.
That's why they boxed them out like that.
So when I was talking last week about being stuck at that heart chakra and moving up to the different gates, I know what I'm talking about.
And this is how they get you when they tell you you're doing all this protective measures for other people, when in this reality, this is telling you no one else matters.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because we're in our own individual worlds.
This arrangement allows for the development of 7 modular energy components corresponding to the mind, spiritual eye, voice, body, abdomen, what? Plasma energy, ball battery, and ground connection. Vortex A, known as the top vortex. The what? Your crown chakra supplies energy to the mind and provides a channel of communication to other entities in the universe. This channel has been tested up to 100,000 light years, which is the diameter of the galaxy.
So it's not infinite. It has a limit. You know, they say space, the final frontier, just goes on forever.
It does. Wait, let's be clear. You are an infinite being. Is 100,000 years infinite, or is that a limit?
Limit.
So who's limited? If you are an infinite being,
they're limited.
They're limited to their calculations.
Yes, I mean, the fact that you're doing a test, you're already limited. You got to test some shit.
Exactly, because what we are supposed to know is that you have no limits. That you have gone beyond 100,000 something light years. So let's continue. Vortex B, known as the spiritual eye. Third eye. Because remember, this is A. This is crown chakra. This is B, third eye. Y'all, you're getting this? We were not telling you bullshit. This is the true power. So while you fucking around on the board, they trying to mimic you spiritually
and prevent you from getting to this point physically.
But we gonna continue they shit, cause this they shit now. Known as the spiritual eye, has a hollow cone-like appearance surrounded by white, misty, low-density hyperspace energy. Because the eye is modular, the mind can project it to vast distances, a process known as what? Remote viewing. This is the second time we've seen in documentation about remote viewing. We saw in the Alphabet Boys document where they tested remote viewing, but we finna to continue. Vortex C, known as the voice and hearing module, can be projected to enormous distances in order to communicate verbally with other entities. Using the proper remote viewing instruments, it is possible to project both the eye and verbal modules to see and talk at the same time.
Channeling.
Exactly, channeling. And that's why it is also important when we say that your voice emits frequency, we mean that shit. All right.
Sound is frequency.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Vortex D, known as the heart vortex, provides protective energy to the upper internal organs, arms, and hands. And I am telling you, your heart vortex is the gateway between your lower energy field and your higher energy field.
And take away vortex and put chakras for those that
exactly. Thank you, beloved. Exactly. Vortex E provides protective energy for the lower organs such as the intestines, liver, and kidneys. All right. Vortex F, known as the battery of the body, consists of an orange colored plasma energy ball about 1 to 2 inches in diameter. The body becomes paralyzed if this ball is removed from the body. And we're going to go back up and make sure we got that motherfucker right.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah, we finna go back up. I ain't finna leave y'all hanging like that because I want to make sure we know what the fuck they talking about.
Yeah.
That's like about at the height of the spine.
Oh, the spine. Okay, but we gonna go back. Let me read these couple other sentences. We finna to go back. All right, so the body becomes paralyzed if the ball is removed from the body. When the hyperspace energy being leaves the body, the vortices close and the battery takes over in order to keep the body functioning. Stop. You do realize they're talking about when you astro travel.
I was about to say when you go to sleep.
Right. When you astro travel. That's why you're not supposed to be fucking around, especially when you are aware that you're astro traveling.
Don't let your husband roll over and start playing, right?
I mean, let me put it this way. I don't care who you screw in the astral plane. What I am saying to you is that's not supposed to be your only function.
No, it shouldn't be.
Well, wouldn't that orange be about where the navel is?
We finna go back up in a second.
Yeah, because no, we got the heart. We've gone down to the kidneys. So yeah, we're probably around the navel area.
Oh, see, they said this. Hold on, Nat. I think you're right, Brother Sean, because it said this vortex also plays a role in the creation of the astral energy baby that attaches to fertilized eggs. See, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But let's go back and look up F.
That's the womb, basically. In a woman's body, that's like the wound area.
We're going to go back. We're going to go back. Go back. So, sorry, y'all. Bear with me, because I know got to go back up to the beginning. Yep. I'll wait for it to catch up for y'all. Let me know when it catches up for y'all.
I can see it. So, Sandra, can you see it?
Not yet.
Okay, because it's even slow on my end. That's but on my other computer that I got it going up. So, yes.
About waist high.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the umbilical cord.
Yep.
Yeah, that is your navel.
Mm-hmm. I can figure it.
And E would be your chest, your rib cage area. D is your heart. C is like your throat chakra.
Yep.
And then
B, third eye, crown chakra.
Yep.
Yeah, that's your sacral chakra, like where all your intestines, like your stomach, like in there.
Your gut brain.
Your mainframe, you have a lot of nerves generated in there. And it controls lots of parts of your body.
Yeah, like when people say, like, "Oh, I felt it in my gut. I had a gut feeling."
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So I'm finna go back down. So damn, y'all, that's deep. So they saying if that's taken out of you, that will paralyze you. God damn.
And think about too, like when the baby is born, this placenta is attached to that very area. And that is where the life source is going to.
Absolutely.
You know, I was reading on the belly button to massage it to decrease your weight and all kinds of things, headaches, all kinds of stuff that belly button is important for because it's a nerve innervating system of the body.
Right. Okay, so let's stay focused, ADHDs. Let's stay focused.
We're on G.
Right. So Vortex G.
It's true though. It's freaking true.
Vortex G is the ground vortex which rotates in counterclockwise direction in order to provide an energy ground for electrical circuit.
G?
Yeah. And you see how it says counterclockwise? Yeah. That means at the top your A chakra is moving clockwise.
Exactly.
And you have on your main screen when it's passing, you have that vortex. That is what you're looking at. On the top side is the vortex is spinning clockwise. On the bottom is spinning counterclockwise, and it meets in your middle, which would be like what the D chakra we're talking about, or E. Actually, no, it would have to be. It would have to be that F one. That would have to.
Yeah, it would have to be the F. I agree. It would have to be the F. Yeah, the belly button.
Yeah, because it said that's where the energy is for the entire body.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tells us right here. All the other vortices rotate in the clockwise direction, as seen from the front, such that energy flows into the vortex according to the right-hand rule of physics.
Yeah.
Okay, so it just said what you said. Vortex H is the hand vortex, which rotates counterclockwise on the right hand and clockwise on the left hand, as seen looking at the palm. So y'all remember those that seen Doctor Strange? Do y'all understand when he went to the Oracle lady to get the motherfucking training? What did they have him do? They kept having him work with his hands. Weren't they doing this? Having him work with his hands to do what? To open up them vortex.
Well, Thomas looks at
Wax on, wax off.
Right. Wax on, wax off. Exactly.
And just to help you guys, I'm a physics major. The right hand rule that you're talking about, if you take your right hand and you put your thumb out and you close your hand, your thumb represents the flow of energy, and your fingers in the direction that they're curling represents the electromagnetic field that is also there within the energy field. Because within energy, you have also the current, the power, and the electromagnetic field as well. So that's what they're talking about, the right-hand rule.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for those that paid attention in class.
That was the only class I paid attention.
Cool. All right.
I didn't even know about it.
All right. Okay, so on band seen at hand, as seen looking at the palm. Thus, there is a rotating, it's basically saying what you just said. Thus, there is a rotating flow of hyperspace energy between the two hands when the palms are facing each other.
Right. Because you have the left-hand rule and you have the right-hand rule.
There's some badass information now. Come on with it now, Patton. Let me go.
And why people be doing all those mudras, throwing up all those symbols, hand
exactly.
symbols, because it's really just energy. You just they like little antennas.
Exactly.
Right. And you're molding the frequency essentially that's being emitted from your hands, depending on how you shape it, essentially.
Exactly. So
but they do that in a lot of martial arts movies, anime.
Yeah.
Yep. And they talk about the chi, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it Falun Gong? They do that a lot.
All right. So, referring to figure 2, each vortex feeds energy into its own hyperspace module shown by the lettered box. In terms of quantum mechanics, each box is actually a potential energy well in which each module develops separately. At the time of death, the body, these modules are joined together as a single energy being. The process is powered by the plasma energy ball battery, which also contains the logical instructions for assembly. So let's not forget, where is that plasma ball energy battery? If I'm not mistaken, didn't they say at the belly button?
Yeah.
Yeah, F. So remember when I told y'all when you astro travel, I told you that there is a connector cord between your light body and your physical body. So now I know it's connected through the belly button.
And that's why your placenta is connected to the belly button. It's all energy.
Exactly. So even when you astro travel, that's why some of you that say some people thought they were being attacked by demons. When they try to wake up, you sleep, and you try to wake up, and you like this, because you're trying to wake up, and you can't wake up, And some people put out that false ass shit that it's a demon sitting on your chest. When all it,
your back,
huh?
or the witch riding your back.
Yeah, the witch riding your back. When all it really was is that because you're naturally astro traveling, because you are an eternal being. So all it is when you do that paralyzed sleep and you trying to wake up, you like this and you panicking and it's like you're paralyzed. It's like that because this is your physical body. Your astral body has not made it back into your physical body. That's what that means when you have that sleep paralysis. So that's why people say when they see people in some people that have experienced out of body experience, they've seen their astral body, or some people that have witnessed their loved ones that transition, and they can see where the astral body is leaving the physical body. That's when that cord, if you want to call it the umbilical cord, your spiritual umbilical cord, is cut. But they are specific. They know exactly what it is. They're saying it's the plasma energy ball battery. Okay? These modules are joined together as a single energy being. The process is powered by the plasma energy ball battery, which also contains the logical instructions for assembly. Okay, so those of you, you also should understand how important mothers are. Because we all came through her portal and was attached via that plasma energy ball. That's why when you fuck around and suppress women and you on some bullshit, nothing will ever be right. That's why women are sacred beings. And women, that's why you're supposed to be treating yourself as such. Let's move on. All right, so different people as tested by the pendulum on the hand vortex have different vortex sizes. 3 people were tested. Child, it's getting good. The first person had almost no rotational movement, showing very little energy. The second person had a vortex radius of 1 inch. Another had a vortex radius of 4 inches, which covered his entire hand. The latter also has the ability to lift another human being, lying prone on the table, off the table by flowing low-density hyperspace energy into the person through the hand vortexes. So ain't that X-Men shit? Ain't that Doctor Strange shit?
That's healing stuff too.
Huh?
I've seen something where they've had a group of people around someone and they put their hands out and something happened to the person in the middle of the table like that.
So now we understand why. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra.
You know, when a person is healing somebody and you have the gift of healing, you can actually feel that energy they're talking
exactly about. And I forget there's a name for that too.
I don't know, but it's really strong, and it really taxes the person who's using the energy because they're expelling their energy into the person that needs the healing.
Right. Okay, so let's stay focused. Let's stay focused. He has also experienced walking through a solid wooden door with the dog at his side. God damn it, they done had the dog vortex too.
That's funny.
Shit, get it, doggy. Now, you know that's a motherfucking shame if the dog has gotten their shit together.
Dog don't know what they got.
Child, y'all better get y'all shit together and stop fucking around. But anyway, what this means is that there is a way, as described in this invention, of creating large energy vortices, which will enable a person to acquire sufficient energy to walk out of a dimension through solid objects such as wooden doors. right? So I am assuming that the person was able to make the vortex wide enough where the dog could go through with them. And the dog lined up its little energy to be able to walk through the door also.
I think the dog just had to be in close enough proximity.
Yeah. Yeah, like a portal opening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Now, I find it interesting that they tested this on a wooden door, which would be something natural and organic. All right, but we're going to keep moving. So, researching the historical records referring to the statue in figure 3. Okay, yeah, thank you for that, because I didn't know what the fuck that statue was. Thank you, Patton, but I guess y'all got to break everything and explain it. A humble black... Let me drink. A humble black Catholic Dominican friar of Santo Rosio Convent by the name of San Martin de Porres, living in Peru in the 1500s, also developed this ability to walk through doors.
Friar did that. Wow.
Black Catholic Dominican. Okay.
Right.
For his beautification, many witnesses came forward to recount his extraordinary abilities.
Pause for 1 second. Hold on. They're talking about 1500s, and this document's coming out in the 19. So they've been documenting this thing since the 1500s.
Yeah.
When did they come over and take over the land? Because we've been doing this since the 1500s.
This is 1500s.
So what were we on before they got here?
I'm just looking at the shape of my nails. I had a few to break this week that I had to reshape up. Glad you caught that.
Yeah, you just said the 1500s. That came out of nowhere. In Peru. Peru, the Aztecs, the Mayans.
Mayans had they.
Huh. I wonder where they really go. Where did they bounce off the planet and say, yo, we're out of here, and the Marcabas and like oh, and then also remember the mud flood. Remember how they say there's there was energy centers and the stuff looked like there was no gasoline at that time?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we were using it. Because in the 1500s, this guy in Peru could walk through doors.
Exactly. Now, was he walking through doors in Egypt?
No.
They didn't say that. No, they said Peru. Peru.
Isn't Peru, what's that, South America? Maybe I'm missing something.
No, that just call it the Americas.
Exactly. Okay, I just want to make sure my geography was proper.
And then, you know why they weren't coming here for gold? Fuck that. They were coming here to learn the energy sources that we were utilizing.
Bingo.
Looking for those portals for a while.
Right.
Down there, I should say. There's portals.
All right, so let's stay focused. All right, so they witnessed him. For example, a witness who worked in the convent went to the cell of San Martin to ask for something to eat. When he reached the cell, he saw San Martin leaving with some medications, apparently to heal someone sick. The witness waited by the open door of the cell for his return. After having waited a while without being distracted by anything else, he saw said vulnerable brother Fray Martin come out from his cell from the inside and call him by name. The witness was terrified, not understanding how this was possible. The woman who gave me the statue told me that he would walk miles and miles each day to visit the poor. The task of walking means that there is a velocity involved. Because the body has mass, then there is a mass times a velocity or momentum involved in his ability. Notice also that the statue shows him walking with his right arms crossed over his left arm in the form of an X. So wait a minute, we're going to go back up to that statue.
That's the Wakanda statue we're looking at.
Sounds crossed.
Yeah, because I didn't know what the hell that statue was. But I knew they was going to have to explain it in this patent paper. All right, bear with me, y'all.
So were these missionaries really coming to spread the gospel, or were they informants to tell the kings and queens what was really happening over there?
It was both.
Because they already had a convent, Baptist, whatever, already established in the 1500s. So what were we doing before they got there?
Missions and stuff.
Yeah.
And who knows? It could have been a reset. And then all of a sudden, part of that reset was, oh, now you have religion.
Just passed it.
Right. After
No,
they...
no, you just passed.
Oh, did I? I'm like, ding, ding, ding. See, running my mouth, not being focused. Sorry. So that's not it.
No, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. You passed it a while. Right there.
Right there.
That's not it.
That's a statue.
That's not the statue.
Yeah. I don't know what else you're talking about. That's his
Yeah.
hand. Go back up. Go back up. One more.
Mine ain't even moving.
Yeah, with the hands across.
Right there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, that's what they're showing. But I was going back to the original statue.
Go back. You can. But I think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Yes, that is what they're talking about. Yeah.
You notice they have them black too.
Yeah, could be a brother.
I think, remember how they said the first two didn't get it? I think those two were non-melanated.
Yeah, but that's not the statue I'm talking about. The statue, this is the statue I'm talking about.
There's another one.
That's a melanin. Now, I didn't know what the fuck it was.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, this is the dude, the Peru dude.
Oh, okay. Now I forgot about this guy. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is the witness who walked through the door. This is the statue they made of blood.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking you were talking about before.
Yeah. This is the black man.
No.
All right. Oh, so now we know what that looks like. Okay. But now what's the white thing that we're looking at though?
I don't know. It looks like his Catholic uniform. I don't know.
No, that part.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but this is just the statue. Okay, but this is the black priest that they were talking about that in Peru that walked through the wall. That's the statue of him, not the actual picture of him. But he got his arms crossed.
Brings all his energy centers close to his body. So
yeah, his hands like his hands is over his heart and his chest area.
Everything comes in.
Yeah. And that hands over the chest, they use that in the Egyptians, and it's like
I immediately thought of the Egyptians. Absolutely.
Yeah, but they have a rods in their hands, so it's as if they're transmitting the energy when they close their hands.
I agree.
That's the way they bury it too.
I agree. So yeah, dude is mimicking that as well there. Yeah. But yeah, up above is the Peruvian man.
Okay.
All right.
So that just looks odd. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like.
Okay, so let's go.
Like he's coming through the wall.
He could have been coming through the wall. I bet you that's it.
To see the space in between them, the darkness.
Yep, I bet you that's what he was doing. He was going through the wall.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Shit, where are we at?
Go back up the page.
Okay, we back up one page.
Right here.
No.
Wooden doors. Come down.
Research. Wait a minute, because y'all looking at something different than I'm looking. I'm delayed. Okay. I mean, y'all delayed. I'm not. So when y'all telling me to go back.
Right here, number 1. It says number 1 on the top of the page.
No, I'm on page 22. I'm at the beginning. I think I can find my way back. I just.
No, figure 3 right there. Number. Okay. No, you're back up. We didn't talk about oxygen yet. No, you're back up. X right there. You're at 15. You're starting at 15. You just finished talking about 14.
Yeah, because the witness was terrified, not understanding how this was possible. The woman who gave me the statue told me that, yeah, we were here. He will walk miles and miles each day to visit the poor. The task of walking means that there is a velocity involved because the body has mass. Then there is a mass times a velocity or momentum involved in this ability. Notice also that the statue shows him walking with his right arm crossed over his left arm to form an X.
And just to add for the physics again, when you talk about velocity, you're talking about speed times time. That gives you velocity. Your actual speed times the time it took you to travel.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. What this walking momentum means in terms of physics is given the following analysis. The human body consists of 67% water. A water molecule consists of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom having the atomic formula H2O. The atomic weight of 1 atom of hydrogen is 1.00 AWU.
I don't know that.
I don't either. So somebody can look that up and let us know what AWU is. We gonna be good. The automatic weight of 1 atom of oxygen is 16.
That's atomic weight unit.
Okay, atomic weight. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, atomic weight units.
Okay, thank you. So the atom weight of one atom of oxygen is 16.000 atomic weight unit. The molecular weight of 1 atom of water is therefore, so they giving you the motherfucking formula. All right? All right, there's the formula. The formula weight is just the atomic weight expressed in grams. Thus, the formula weight of water would be 18.016.
Grams. That's the unit part, because you have to not put in perspective. What does that number represent? Grams, kilos. As you said, grams.
Yeah, it says grams.
Right.
Okay.
The atomic weight in grams.
Right. So would be 18.016 grams, or, and they give you that kilograms.
18,000. I can't even do that. Is that 18.0? Yeah, 18.016. What are we looking at? Yeah, or grams. I'm sorry, 0.018016 grams, kilograms.
Kilograms, right. According to Avogadro's law, the formula weight contains N equals 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd molecules. Thus, the mass of 1 water molecule is the formula weight divided by the number of molecules. All right, so that's the motherfucker formula. I ain't trying to go through all that. But since this is a patent, they have to break this shit down. According to Einstein's special theory of relativity, energy is equal to the mass times the speed of light squared. The energy of a photon is equal to Planck's constant h times the frequency f of the photon, equating these two energies that show. All right, so that's the motherfucking formula for that.
Planck's is a click out.
That makes sense. So you see, all they got to do to figure out what you do naturally, you just lay your melanated ass down. You do this shit naturally. And they got to go through all these formulas, which is probably why I wasn't interested in none of that motherfucking bullshit. All right. Equating these two energies shows that, which says that the natural logarithm of the mass plus the natural logarithm of the wavelength is equal to the natural logarithm of the Planck's constant divided by the speed of light, c. known as the base constant in the tetrahedron diagram.
Tetrahedron.
Tetrahedron, thank you. Tetrahedron diagram. This, go ahead.
Would be that consciousness stuff. So he's not just moving with momentum and speed. He's moving with consciousness to will himself through that wall.
Where does it say it? Where does they? Wait, ADD and ADHD, because I want y'all to stay focused.
Planks.
Wait. Where in here does this say he's doing consciousness?
Planks is that the other thing we did of the theory of consciousness on the click out. That's the Planck's rules right back there we had on that what they had that diagram of consciousness that you did. That's what they were using.
Oh, so she's saying in that other document, they called the click out Planck's constant. And then here they had to use that Planck constant, which I guess is symbolizing consciousness in order to, make the formula work. You need that formula of Planck's constant, which is the click out in order to complete this.
But the click out is not consciousness.
But the energy it takes to get there is what they're trying to say is probably used.
Yeah.
They're given, ADHD and ADD, stay focused.
Okay. I heard you.
What I am saying to you, stay focused. They're giving you the formula. They're giving you the exact formula of the energy frequency to get to the click out. You do this naturally through your consciousness.
And they have to use.
So do not read more into these people's documentation. They're telling you exactly what they're doing. That's why when we were over in the Alphabet Boys study, they told you it was consciousness. Did they say it was consciousness in here? No, because they're giving you the exact formula. Stay focused. I'm trying to show you all they are mimicking what you naturally do.
This is their 1-2-1-2 step.
Exactly. This is the 1-2-1-2 step. Versus you naturally get out there and dance. You feel the vibration of the music and you naturally orchestrate your steps to that. This is the 1-2. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. That's what this is. Stay focused. All right. Which says that the natural logarithm of the mass plus the natural logarithm of the wavelength is equal to the natural logarithm of Planck's constant divided by the speed of light, C, known as the base in. Yeah, I did that. This diagram plots the mass versus wavelength and natural logarithms. Notice that the left-hand side of the equation is the sum of the mass and wavelengths. So the right hand side must also be the same. They're giving you the exact formula to follow. What is that, y'all? I know it's in, is that omega?
Yeah, alpha and omega.
Okay, I thought so. Alpha and omega, known as the Planck mass, is the linear mass. That's omega. Omega of the universe times the bottom dimensional limit of the universe, alpha, and 2 pi alpha. I think that's pi, right? Yeah, 2 pi alpha is the bottom dimensional wavelength known as the Planck wavelength.
And that pi represents that shape that we were showing you.
Exactly.
Fibonacci sequence.
Exactly. That is, our dimension is bound by the Planck box having sides, Planck mass, and Planck wavelengths. These boundaries have values. This is deep, y'all. They even, shit. These motherfuckers ain't come to play. They ain't come to play. Referring to figure 4, these two lines are plotted on the tetrahedron diagram.
And remember, they had help. They didn't do this on their own.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. The Planck mass line A reflects off the sphere C, off the sphere C, and returns to the Planck wavelength B, which shows the dual nature of quantum physics. This creates the Planck box ABCD, which is the boundary of our dimension. Referring to figure 5, the mass of the water molecule is plotted as horizon line D on the diagram. The energy of the water molecule is the mass times the speed of light squared. Shit, y'all, they didn't come to play. Referring to figure 6, a circle E having a radius equal to the speed of light squared, centered on the mass of the water molecule at the vertical axis, generates a circle F centered at the origins that intersects E, the mass of the water molecule at the Planck wavelength. That is, this intersection point sits right on the Planck box boundary between space and hyperspace. The radius of circle F is actually the mass of the water molecule divided by the speed of light squared. Taking the positive square root, the speed of light is 1 meter per second at the Planck boundary. The experiments with brain hemisphere resonance show that the resonant frequency of the human energy field is between 1 hertz to 5 hertz, which is well below the hearing threshold of 20 hertz. Because the traveling wave has a wavelength of 0.3048 m and the speed of light is unity at the boundary, the frequency should be, child, let me take a motherfucking sip.
3.18 hertz. 3.28 hertz.
So if the human energy field, and I want to know whose energy field they use, but okay, we're just gonna go with 1 to 5. If they're telling you,
that was then though. Remember, that's 1 to 5.
Right, that was then back in 2006. Plus, you have to take into consideration
1500s. This is being done in the 1500s. This what we're talking about here.
Well, we can't say that this study was being done in the 50s because they remember they studied this.
No, but they were talking about 3 people. Were those 3 people in the
those
1500s?
3 people weren't for the 1500s. The 3 people represent who was in their study.
Okay.
Yeah, so the 3 people were in their study. So we know if this was published in 2006, we don't know how long they ran the study. Okay. But this does not represent the people from the 1500s. They were giving you an example of, if you want to say it was folklore, from the 1500s of that black Peruvian priest.
Gotcha.
All right. So if they're saying whoever participated in their study that the human energy field is between 1 to 5 hertz, the traveling wave has a wavelength of 0.0348, and the speed of light is unity at the boundary. The frequency should be 3.28. So isn't that in the range of what they say the human energy field is?
Mm-hmm.
So do you understand how they're saying that folks can walk through walls? All right. The frequency should be 3.28 hertz, which is within the middle of the experimental male range. At this resonance frequency, the human energy being pops out of the body. So they're giving you the exact frequency of or hertz of even astral travel. They're giving you the exact frequency of and hertz of when folks die, when the spirit and soul leaves the body.
Hertz is the units that you measure frequency in.
Yes. This represents only a first stage in the development of the energy being, but what is really wanted is to have both the physical. Child, let me sip water. So you're getting where they're going with that. They're telling you, we already know the frequency hertz to astral travel and the frequency at the time of death, your astral or spiritual body leaving your physical body.
So they can bring somebody back.
This represents only a first stage in the development of energy beings. Pay fucking close attention. But what is really wanted is to have both the physical body and the energy field move out of dimension together as San Martin did. I'm sorry.
So when I was looking at that super soldier video, since they know both parameters for death and going through walls or moving the body out, the spirit out of your body, they were reviving people who actually died.
They say that last part, sis.
They were reviving people who died because they know how to bring that entity back into they have the calculations to bring them back. And so they were talking about that when people died, they were able to bring them back.
Oh, and what did you say this was? Some soldier or something you said?
Soldier. That was that video I sent to you that you didn't get a chance to
Oh, yeah, that they wiped out. Okay. All right, so referring to figure 7, the 45-degree baseline G is added to the diagram. Notice that the Planck mass intersects B and D, the Planck wavelength on this line because they sum to the base constant. The mass of the water molecules crosses this line point F, a circle centered F with a radius equal to the speed of light is tangent to the Planck wavelength H and the Planck mass G. Since the mass times velocity is momentum, the diagram says that the momentum of the Planck water molecule is tangent to the boundaries of the Planck box, which separates space from hyperdimension. Okay, so let's just go back to figure 7. All right, y'all. Somebody remember where we at. We on 20. Remember that. Shit, my old ass I forget. Let's go back to figure 7 to see what they motherfucking talking about. Before I do that, let's make sure So what is they saying? In order to get to point E. Okay, wait. Since mass times velocity is momentum, the diagram says that the momentum of the water molecule is tangent to the boundaries of the Planck box, which separates space from hyperspace. In order to get to point E from the momentum of the water molecule, a separate circle is added.
I'm going to have to say good night.
Okay, good night, sis. Peace and love. Shit, I need to get my ass off here. I'm going to be the main one tired up in the morning.
I'm going to say good night to everyone. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, sis.
Night, Auntie.
Peace
Have a
and
good night.
love.
Rest
Peace and-
well, sis.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
This why I be worn out.
Only one day a week, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the other shit I have to do during the week.
Yeah. Like,
All right, let me go to 7 to see what the fuck they talking about. Is this? That's 11. Okay, this 7. Okay. All right, so yeah, it was about right where I thought it would be. Right there. Okay. Okay, I'll go back now. Let me just read a little bit more. Sorry, y'all. We was on 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
figure 7.
Okay, referring to figure 8, a circle I centered on the water molecule mass at the speed of light. Circle I is made tangent to the Planck wavelength at point E. The momentum m of space is equal to the Planck's mass times the Planck scale time of the speed of light. At point E, the speed of light is unity, so that the momentum is just the Planck mass in momentum's units. So they give that formula. They give the radius of I. Therefore, the walking momentum in order to get to point E is the momentum of space m times the ratio. So I'm sure if we pull back up the diagram, and if you go and pull this for yourself, you can put those diagrams side by side to this and get the visual. The stride length L per second that a person of mass W has to walk is the walking momentum divided by the mass W times a period T of 1 second. For a person with a mass W weight, which is weight of 220 pounds, then the stride length is 20.08 inches or 1 foot and 8 inches. The person has to walk this length in 1 second on each foot. Shit, they ain't come to play. They ain't come to play. Looking at the statue of San Martin, his arms are crossed over each other. The vortex of the right hand points backwards. Wow. And the left hand vortex points forward due to the reverse rotation. So they're going, what, like that then? Goddamn. All right. Referring to figure 9, this creates a rotational energy channel, D, around his body. A. So that's when we seen the one picture where y'all thought I was talking about with the man that was like this, and they showed that half circle around him. They were showing the vortex. The stride length C is calculated according to the body mass, and then a banner printout is made showing where the footprints, B, are to be placed each second. The question is, what happens when one walks the walk? Baby, goddamn it, we need somebody. Shit, I guess height don't matter. We need somebody 220 that wears size 12. Goddamn it, step up so we
Right? You really got to form it down, bro. Like, you gotta
right, motherfucking step up so we could do an experiment. All right, but anyhow. The question is, what happens when one walks the walk? On the very first experiment, refer to figure 10. What happens is that, hunty, this is getting good. After taking only 6 strides on the banner printout, A huge spinning vortex, C, develops over the top of the head, and the vortex locks onto the heart vortex in the center of the chest. B, In everyday life, this vortex is not created because normal walking is much faster and the hands are held at the side of the body. The energy rushes through the pineal gland is so intense that one feels immediately sleepy and starts yawning excessively due to the increased flow of melatonin.
God.
So, whoever out there, 220, wear a size 12, God damn it, we didn't gave you the formula. You got to lay them footprints out. You got 6 steps. And you got to step 1 second per step. Get by that motherfucking wooden door. Then come on here and tell us what the fuck happened. Wait, before you do that, put your camera on and record that shit.
This is 2020.
Right, goddamn, record that shit.
Live stream that one time.
Shit, whoa. After practicing with the banner printout, long walks were made through the park. In this case, a vertical white line rotated around a vertical axis located about 6 feet perpendicular to the path on the right side of the body. When the walking speed was correct, the white line would lock onto the center line of the body. Damn. Speeding up or down caused the white line to lose synchronization and rotate away. This white line is related to the ability to levitate the body.
All righty.
So it's just a matter of getting it high enough to physically move your body off the plane.
All right, Rhonda, stay focused. All right, levitate the body. Sam Martin had so much energy that according to witness testimony, he could float horizontally in the air with his head resting against the bow head of Christ on a carved wooden cross. Thus, Sam Martin's energy sources were channeling energy from Christ, collective broom energy as described in a separate patent application. Now, you know I'm going to pull that motherfucking patent application too, goddammit. And the walking momentum vortex energy. During the early part of the 20th century, a man's parents were lying in bed dying of tuberculosis. With their permission, he placed a weighing scale under each of their beds, okay? When they passed away, he found that each scale registered a loss in weight of 2.5 ounces. This is equivalent to 0.071 kilograms, which is the mass of a human energy being. So in other words, he proved that their astral body, spirit / soul, had left the physical body.
Only weighing 2.5 ounces.
Exactly. Which is why they call it light body, right? After conducting a number of experiments with water vortices draining from a cylindrical, sorry, I'm getting tired, tank, it can be stated from Bernoulli's theorem that the potential energy plus the kinetic energy is a constant. All right, whatever, that's the formula. The shape of the inner surface of the water circulation has a velocity proportional to the inverse of the radius, so the shape of the surface is, that's the formula, which says that the height of the vortex is proportional to the inverse of the square of the radius.
That's the triangle upside down you're looking
Exactly. Agreed. Absolutely. The hand vortex area ratio between the second test subject and the third test subject is equal to the square of their radii. Because the speed of light at the boundary was determined to be 1 meter per second, the energy of the third test subject is, all right, whatever the hell. Referring to figure 11, a circle, so K, having this radius is added to the energy of the water molecule E to produce augmented energy circle. This circle, J, intersects the mass of the water molecules outside of the Planck box at point J. This means that the increased hyperspace energy moves the water molecules, and hence the body out of dimension. Okay, sorry, whoever that is. Furthermore, circle J is tangent to the walking momentum ratio circle I, which keeps the geometry locked together. Summary of the invention. It is the object of this invention to create a training system that allows a person to develop the ability to walk around out of dimension, passing through solid objects. This invention is based on one of the most remarkable relationships between the water molecules and the boundary between space and hyperspace. The mass of water molecule is equal to the energy of the water molecule at this boundary. Because the body is comprised of 67% water, the body sits on the boundary such that any additional increase in energy would move the body out of dimension into hyperspace. Because human beings are actually hyperspace energy beings living in physical bodies, the additional energy required to move the body out of dimension comes from increasing the energy of the hyperspace being. One source of this energy comes from walking crosshand at the proper velocity in order to generate a large hyperspace energy vortex that flows energy into potential wells of hyperspace being. This increased hyperspace energy will then allow the person to walk around out of dimensions through solid wooden doors. Because the door and the person are in two slightly different dimensions at the same moment, it appears that the person is walking through the door. After passing through the closed door, the person then returns to our dimension and emerges in the interior of the closed door room. This technique can be used in reverse to heal an infected hand instantaneously. A salve made from St. Mary's herb is applied to the skin of the infected hand. The hyperspace energy then flows through the right hand vortex, such as that the infected hand and the salve are taken slightly out of dimension. What happens is similar to when a short piece of straw is embedded in a hard wooden telephone pole as the tornado passes over the pole. The straw and the pole are taken out of dimension such that they briefly merge together. As the tornado moves on, both objects comes back to the dimension merged together. Thus, the salve, which represents the straw, is merged with the bacteria pole in hyperspace such that the bacteria is killed instantly. Removing the hand vortex brings the infected hand back into the dimensions cured. So y'all see what they just said, right? After all of that, they're even saying using it to heal things. Based on this information and the results of many experiments, this invention creates a large vortex by walking at a certain velocity with the hands crossed over the chest. The proper walking momentum is created by a computer program that imprints the person's weight, shoe size, and the number of strides to be taken. The program then prints out a banner showing the footprints where the person has to step each second. When a person obtains sufficient energy from these methods, the person is then turned to subspace geometry of the universe. as will be shown using the tetrahedron physics diagram. All right. Okay, so it's going into all the figures. I'm not going through all of that. Let me see how much more I'm going to go through this, because we can also pick back up next week.
I think we should pick back up to explain the figures in a little
Yeah, because I'm getting tired, child. Shit,
That's
I'm
fine.
tired.
Good place to end it right there.
All right, then, family, child. And I'm still not done. I still really got another one for y'all, too. So, child. So, shout out to, because I found out about this through Adapt 2030's YouTube channel. He mentioned it. We got to remember where we are. So, y'all help me remember.
You're at the figure part.
Yeah, I'll take a quick picture, too. But shout out to the YouTube channel Adapt 2030, because he talked about this. And I just went and pulled the patent. Okay. So I'm bringing this to you all again, because when I sit up here week after week after week, and I've been year after year after year, when I keep telling you where the true power is, where the real power is, and how you're supposed to be creating, here's yet another example to prove the point of how powerful you are as a being. So I'll shut up and wind down. Nuwa, do you have any last words for the family?
Overall is understand, everyone, what's happening to us right now is the biggest distraction ever. They have you locked in your house for a reason. Why? Because we're supposed to be going for walks to get our frequency and energies on point. And what we're coming to realize, the racism, the sexism, and all the other isms are all just a distraction to keep us from resonating at the frequency that we should be resonating at, to disembody ourselves from the physical structure we call our bodies. So overall, we have to learn to, as you would say, we have too much ADHD, and we got to stay focused on the prize and leave their board game where it is. Because it ain't for us. It's meant to prevent us from being what we are. And that's the only thing that's important. So with that, peace and love. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to the audience. Thanks to the aunties and uncles. And we'll see you guys next week. Shout out Scotty Saturn. Shout out she who walks with the wind. And yeah, next week.
All right. And thank you so much. Thank you, beloved. Thank you for joining the panel and putting something on it. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, just piggybacking off of Nuwa. I mean, we know this. How much more do we have to proof, evidence, history, documents? You know, we are these bodies. And we have these bodies, but we know that the soul, the spirit, the energy within it is more real than what we're actually, walking around in this physical body, this physical world, all of the distractions of the world and the distractions of this flesh that we're in, is not even as real as the stuff that we don't see. The things that you can see without your physical eyes, the things that you can hear without your physical ears, the stuff that you can smell and feel, and you can experience without this physical body is more real than you waking up and going to work and doing all this everyday things. They have us trapped in the rituals and the matrix and the distractions.
Exactly.
And if we, just take one little paragraph from what we read tonight, the potential that we have, we could end this in the blink of an eye. But, we don't know our own value, our own worth, our own power.
Indeed.
So with that being said, the same thing I always say, and that, Ms. Rhonda always says, you got to be a creator. And that's where it starts. Go within and, realize your own power. And yeah, and peace and love to everybody tonight. It was so great. I'm like Like my mind is just like, it was very much being crunched in a way that it hasn't been in a long time. But at the same, I'm like, yes, we need this. We need this because,
We do.
you know, it seems like, you know, how much more evidence do we need? But that's the case. We need as much evidence as possible because the Matrix and these people on the other side, they working their hardest.
Exactly.
Their time is up. And they pulling out all the stops. So we need to know that it ain't no stops for us. It's limitless. So fuck what they got going on. That's it.
Thank you, son Scotty. Very well said. And again, I'm bringing you receipts on the spiritual shit I've been telling you since I've been on the air. So now I'm bringing you the receipts. But okay, Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, as you see, the true power is within you. Every area of study and nourishment that they embark upon involves you.
That's right.
You see that you are by bioorganic computer. If everything is within you, you can biohack and upgrade yourself. That's what all these incoming frequencies
Indeed.
and downloads are about. But you're focused on everything but that. True enough, we shouldn't be focused on color because that has nothing to do with it. It's frequency. If the truth of the matter is that this was a melanated plane of existence, then at some level, color does matter because color is frequency. But if we're focused on self and achieving the frequencies with Mama, ain't gonna be nothing left but us. So we shouldn't be worried about what they talking about. Could, may happen this day, that date. We make all that shit happen.
Indeed.
And what usually ends up not happening is their prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
Because all it was about was feeding off of you. It was a distraction. And as long as they can keep giving you dates and getting you to sign on for something within the system that they're giving you, not something you're creating, but something they're giving you. That means you sign on to it. You agree to be the collateral in the game.
Right.
I love y'all.
So thank you to the panel. Thank you to Cassandra, Brother 832, my brothers that's rocking with me, my son Scotty Saturn, Brother Nuwa, Brother Sean, and thank you to the YouTube family. Thank you to the chat. Y'all was really chopping it up in the chat. You are much appreciated. And thank you to the YouTube listeners that are listening as well. So, so when y'all lay down tonight and go to sleep, Start with practicing knowing that you're astral traveling. Start practicing being consciously aware of your dreams. Start concentrating on where you are going in your dreams. Start concentrating on you controlling your dreams. Okay? This is for the people that's just beginning to become aware of your astral body and astral traveling. Start paying attention to your dreams and controlling what happens in your dreams, from the way you move, the way you interact. Start practicing these things. Those of you that already know these things, if you've been on the astral plane, kicking it, fucking around, having fun, etc., etc., you're supposed to be also, but which is even more important, because you should be tired of that by now. You are supposed to be creating. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be creating. All right? Now, we just went over this patent little information. We're going to finish it up next week. But I still have another patent I want to go over with y'all. We'll do that next week as well. So y'all see that they ain't joking. They're trying to bring the physical body into stepping into other dimensions, stepping through walls and all of that. They done broke down a little formula. And with all that formula they going through, all you have to simply do, they gave you exactly what you need to do. Who's a magical motherfucker that want to practice it? To get to make it happen. So when I say to you all, be a creator, make things happen, that's what the fuck I mean. That is say anything about any of these other physical things that folks think that they need to make something happen. And that's some magical shit that they are explaining in that patent, breaking it down into formulas. So, family, go ahead on, do you, be about who you are, who your bloodline is, and tie back to your spiritual side, so you can create in the physical. So with that said, love you all very much. I know I kept y'all long. I apologize for that, but shit, that was some good stuff. So we're going to be back next week, family. So peace and love, family. We love y'all.
Peace and love.